stage now. Reevaluating through the arts. Welcome, friends of the Kwanzaa Film Festival. Thank you for joining us today at the Kwanzaa Film Festival. It is an honor to stand before you as the founder of this festival, a celebration of the rich tapestry of African culture and the enduring power of the arts. Throughout history, our ancestors in Africa incorporated art into every facet of their lives, using it as a powerful tool for expression and connections. Unfortunately, the oppressive forces that sought to suppress our spirits understood the strength embedded in our cultural practices. The banning of drums and songs aimed to break our connection with the arts, but resiliently, we found ways to use them as instruments of liberation. Art in its various forms is entwined with our freedom, shaping the very essence of our daily lives. It's in the chairs we sit on, the utensils we use, and every innovative idea crafted by artists. Today, we gather not only to celebrate the beauty of art, but also to explore its profound ability to heal. As we invest in artists, be they poets, songstresses, or filmmakers, we recognize the dual nature of their craft. Art has the potential to either hurt or heal. In today's discussion, centered around harnessing its power for healing. By addressing the hurt, we aim to amplify the strength and resilience that already resides within each of us. I extend a warm welcome to each one of you seated here, and I hope you leave with hearts and minds fulfilled. Thank you for being part of this transformative experience, and much gratitude. Thank you. We have someone in the house. I'm not going to be the master of ceremony. So I want to, ladies and gentlemen, meet Corlin V. Hankins II, a creative force with 20 years in banking, extensive experience in hip-hop music production, and his creativity for social progress. He served in various capacities from social service to transitioning the homeless into permanent housing. As a devoted manager of Community Board 3 in our esteemed master ceremony for today's event. Cortland W. Hankins, thank you. Welcome, Cortland W. Hankins. Lisa Myers from Columbia Suckerman Institute to say the welcome. Adina Moore is not here yet, but Lisa Myers will say something. Okay. She is one of our sponsors. Oh, you can do the performance, and go to her.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling? Great. Let's give it up for the founder of the Kwanzaa Film Festival, Ida Norris. Definitely. Great work, much needed, and we're very, very, very happy to have this type of programming. And let's give it up for Columbia as well for providing this space. All right, so let's get to it. So, Ina, thank you, first and foremost, for entrusting me with the honor of emceeing at least the first part of this event. Can you guys hear me fine? Everything's good? Okay, great. Now, we know that there's nothing more vital than healing within our diverse Black and brown communities. We've come a very, very long way. And I was reflecting yesterday, ironically, not even realizing it was the beginning of Black History Month, but there was something that just made me reflect on the rich cultural history that we have just going back 400 semi-plus years. We use the 1619 date, but if we start from that date as the inception of African peoples, the diaspora in this new world, just starting from nothing, as Drake says, now we're here. You know, we've come such a long way. And just to reflect back and say, you know, I'm so proud of who we are, what we've done, what we've accomplished for ourselves, but it's not just us, but for the world and for the globe, and how much we've moved the needle forward. Now, we have a long way to go. We have a lot of work to do, but sometimes it's just okay to smell the flowers and just express our gratitude and acknowledgement of what we're doing today and all that who have come before us and our ancestors have done. So I'm just very happy to be here and to be a part of this. And let me get back to the script. So the diaspora, be it African-American, Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latina, Continental African, Afro, fill in the blank. You know, we are all connected by a common DNA that is very, very, I mean, you could put me anywhere on this earth. You can put many of us anywhere on this earth, and it'll be undeniable where our roots come from. Not just how we look, but how we move, how we walk, how we talk, you know, throughout in our existence in this world. It's really undeniable, and that's something that binds us, and we don't want to take that for granted. So, with all that being said, we want to welcome our inaugural Kwanzaa Film Festival Black History Symposium, Films That Heal. All right. So let's give it up. So we're going to start by introducing Anthony Willis Jr. Let me tell you a little bit about Anthony Willis Jr. Anthony Wills Jr., I'm sorry, all right? So Anthony Wills Jr. is the artistic director of Artistic Pride Productions. You can stand up, Mr. Wills, all right? All right. A dedicated individual who has spent a lifetime in the realms of performing, choreographing, directing, and creating art. His notable credits include productions such as Whipping Man, Music Man, alongside Tony nominee Maria Schaffer and the award-winning Swedish film Monica Z. Today, he honors the legacy of Abbey Lincoln. Abbey Lincoln, an American jazz vocalist, that's right, give it up, an American jazz vocalist and civil rights activist in the 60s. Lincoln's career was defined by deeply felt renditions of standards and her own compositions. Without further ado, let's welcome Anthony Wills, who will uplift us with one of Abbey Lincoln's inspiring songs.
I believe that art is a tool that we can use to improve ourselves, our communities, and society as a whole. And I hope this helps somebody in some way. When I'm called home, I will bring a book that tells an art tale about the heart it took to keep on living in a world that never was my home. Oh, with ghostly memories of other worlds I know. I will tell them of my journey here when they call me home. When I'm called home, I will sing a song that tells about the beggar's life, where everything went wrong, where everybody's hopes and dreams are floating in the wind. I will tell them of this awful world of us and them. I will tell them of my struggles here when they call me home. When I'm called home, I will tell the stars of all the battles that were lost in this world obsessed with wars. And then I will tell the rivers of the children that were lost at sea. I'll tell them about the bought and soul and what it cost to set it free. Hallelujah, tell my story, tell my story. When they call me home. Oh, when they call me, when they call me. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wills Jr. Let's give it up one more time for Mr. Anthony Wills Jr. Okay, next up I want to bring up Alyssa Myers. How are you, Ms. Myers? Now, you tell us who you are. Right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm just here to stop by in between the performances to introduce myself. My name is Alyssa Myers, and I'm the Director of Public Programs at the Zuckerman Institute at Columbia University. That is right across the street, the glass building. And the Zuckerman Institute partners with local community organizations and other organizations in West Harlem to develop these types of programs. We have a whole host of public programs that we offer for all ages. Some of them resemble film festivals like this, and others are family days that are embedded with science. And just to give you a sense of what we do at the Zuckerman Institute, it is a neuroscience research facility, so all of our programs have science throughout the theme. The content can be heavy science, like internship programs for high school students, or we have what we call informal science, which are more like science fairs and activities for kids and families. So if you want to get more information about any of our programs, they're all free and open to the public. We host them throughout the year, with the exception of some programs don't exist in the summer. We do have eligibility criteria for some, but others are just walk-in like today. Feel free to connect with me later, or you can check out our website. If you just Google Zuckerman Institute, Columbia University, it should pop right up. So I hope you enjoy today, and thank you all for coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mayers, is it? Mayers? Okay, thank you. Okay, so next up we have a film screening. Ethan Art Venture by Noria Dixon. Is that correct, Ina? Is that correct? That's the film screening by Ethan Art Venture? Okay, by Noria Dixon. It's a discussion of brain on art. Okay. So we're going to show the film first? All right, so. Another round of applause from Noria Dixon's film here. And I'm glad to see that, we were patient. Not that we could run out anyway, but just with the credits. We see how much work goes into even a short film, and we want to make sure, especially at an event like this, that we take the time to acknowledge all the work that has been done on this film. And I want to say to Noria Dixon, this reminded me a lot of, I have a creative son, 15-year-old, who's on the spectrum, extremely creative, so this is just very warming to my heart, and I really, really enjoyed it. But moving the program right along, there's a presentation to Deputy Commissioner Kwame Amoke. He's a Deputy Commissioner of New York City's Film and Television Agency. He's having a scheduling conflict, so he'll be here a little later, so we'll present him a little later. So if there's anyone here that specifically wanted to be here for that, just hold tight a little bit. He'll be here in the second half of the program. But now we have a panel that's coming up. That's going to be facilitated by Al Tariq Best. So let me tell you a little bit. Yes, give Al Tariq a round of applause. Or we could, yeah, let's go ahead and give it up now. You know, we're celebrating one another. Let me tell you a little bit about Mr. Al Tariq Best. He's of Newark, New Jersey. Newark, I think that's how they say it in Newark. He created, correct me. Newark, let's go. Oh, they're in the house. All right. Mr. Best is the creator of the Hub Center and affiliated programs that help youth and parents in Essex County who have faced trauma by offering empowering experiences using the creative arts, education, entrepreneurship, and access to mental health services with the mission to increase opportunities for success by providing healing programs, services, and events for underserved youth and their families through experiences that entertain, educate, and empower. So let's welcome up Mr. Best, and then he will introduce the panel. Thank you. Give it up one more time.
Peace and blessings. Where I come from, when we say peace and blessings, we say peace and blessings back. How we guys? Peace and blessings. Great, great. I'm honored to be here. You know, Mama P calls me, I run because she was a great mentor in my life that kind of showed me that my situation does not have to dictate my destination. And I pride myself on being able to have created a place, a safe space in Newark for our young people to come together, and most of it is built around arts and how arts play a role in the healing. Music saved my life, and I wanted to be able to give back to our community doing the same way, and I'm glad I get to be able to moderate this panel right now because there's some great people that's on the panel, and I want to call them up right now so that we can get this discussion going. How does that feel to you guys? All right, great. I want to first call up Jason Henderson, who I know personally, a physical therapist and filmmaker, my guy, and a great artist as well. Yes, sir. Glad to have you here. Ms. Denasia Payne, please forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong. Denasia? Okay. Mikkel Green Grand from Music on the Inside. Please come up. Is he in the building? Yo, right there, definitely. Stephen Digsby. Stephen Digsby in the building? All right, we keep moving. John Carl Martin. And just so I don't get beat up, let me pronounce this right, Nudia. Nudia Dixon, a filmmaker which just literally watched the film from her. Nudia. Thank you guys. First, before we get into the questions, I would love for you guys, one by one, to just give a little bit of a brief history about you and what it is that you contribute to art. Jason, if you don't mind, start and then pass it off.
Hey, thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Jason Henderson. I'm a physical therapist from Washington, D.C., and I'm also a filmmaker. And my contribution to the arts come through martial arts. I actually work with kids in Washington, D.C. with autism. The kids that I work with are ages 6 to about 16. They're school age and they're beautiful kids. Teaching them martial arts, help them with their coordination, movement, balance, and also developing self-confidence. So through the martial arts, this is why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
And is my mic on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. You can hear me? Can you hear me now?
Definitely, yes.
Hello. Good morning. I am Mikkel Green Grand. I am the Community Outreach Coordinator for Music on the Inside. We are a not-for-profit that offers musical interaction, musical training, and musical instruments for people in reentry. We work with professional musicians, putting them together one-on-one, largely on Zoom meetings with people who are newly released. We think that, and we find that music is essential for the soul, for the spirit, for uplifting our community at large. I am really very happy to be at this site in this location. I am from this community of Harlem, so I feel very, very welcomed, and I'm happy to be here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
My name is John Carl Martin. I am an author of a series of children's books created with my daughter, Destiny. And the title of our series is What Makes Me Happy, What Brings Me Joy. And I am a visual artist. I've been creating art all my life. I am also a wellness practitioner. And I've worked since 2020. I've worked with seniors and communities around New York City. And my services are aromatherapy, art therapy, and Qigong and Tai Chi. Art has always been a way of, art and creativity has always been an essential form of communication for me. I was born with sickle cells, which was discovered when I was 3 years old. And I was also born with a hearing impairment that was not discovered until I was 32. I was born in Barbados. So I guess the medical industry there and being able to understand my hearing impairment, no one ever realized. As without mention, you can imagine, born in Barbados and in a generation where I was born, I was always considered difficult and a troublemaker, hard of hearing, which was actually true because I have a profound, severe hearing loss. So I've always used art and creativity as my way of communicating. I'm also a minister and a facilitator, and since 2020 also, I've been part of a virtual community that we've now done over 1,000 episodes since 2020. And I'm grateful to be here and share my experiences with you. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nudia Dixon, and I'm the film director and writer of Ethan Art Venture. My contribution is my experience. I think, doing film, writing, just self-expressionism is like therapeutic for me. It's a way to start the conversation without having the conversation.
Great.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, hi. Well, good morning, folks. My name is Denasia Payne, and I have a little bit of a different kind of spin for you guys on this panel today. I am a formerly incarcerated woman that spent 7 years in a maximum security prison. I've been home now for 5 years. I have 2 beautiful girls, a partner, and I'm studying right now at Columbia University. I work, thank you. I work for the courts for a supervised release program, giving opportunities and second chances to folks who are justice impacted. And I'm here today representing RTA, which is Rehabilitation Through the Arts, and it is a program that helped mold me. It was a pillar in my life during my my sentence, and it just helped me grow as a person. It helped me realize that not only am I a person who is going through these trials and tribulations, right? But I have a voice, And although I'm in prison, I can still utilize that voice in art therapy, and that's going to help me be successful in life, right? And it was able to help me reunite with my kids. It was helpful in like so many different ways. We're gonna definitely get in more into that later on, but I just wanted to give you a little piece of me. Thank you so much for coming.
Great, great. Let's give them a bigger round of applause, because now we're going to go a little deeper into, your personal contribution on why you do this work. So I think one of the questions I want to ask you guys is, how do you see different forms of art serving therapeutic tools in promoting mental health and emotional well-being, your community engagement? I know some of you already tapped into it, but I want to go a little deeper in it. Let's utilize that for all other panelists for one. Jason, if you don't mind, sir.
Oh, sure. Just working in martial arts with kids with autism, you realize that each kid is very unique. They have superpowers that we see. We just read that. Autistic kids, kids with autism, children with autism spectrum disorder, they're very unique. And the contributions of martial arts, a lot of times it's teaching order, it's teaching kids how to follow direction. And then you realize how challenging that is. Just to get kids to follow directions is difficult enough. But then when you're working with a child who may have a disorder, it's even more challenging. So sometimes I have kids who have a difficulty with expression, so they can't respond back verbally. I have some kids who have challenges with physical abilities. So imagine trying to do a kick or a punch and you're off balance. Well, I have to work on that. Being a physical therapist and a martial artist, I train kids. I use the arts to learn to communicate. And I've been working with kids now for over 6 years. So imagine working with a kid at first and second grade, now they're in 8th grade. Just that growth period. But watching them go from one belt to the next belt, skill level, and learning how to defend themselves. That is something that's really important to me, is self-confidence and self-awareness. So my film, I Am a Martial Artist, we focused in on showing Black love towards Black children through martial arts. But I brought in subject matter experts to help me define it. Because as a martial arts teacher, I had to learn from speech therapists. I had to learn from occupational therapists. I had to learn from the teachers, the special ed teachers. So it's a community that is addressing autism. So I enjoy the fact that I bring a gift that's in martial arts, but then it is all led by love.
Great. Mr. Green?
If I
Pop that up, please.
Thank you.
If I can borrow from the late Maya Angelou, music was my refuge. I could crawl between its notes and push my back to loneliness. Music is essential. It is a part of our soul and a part of our spirit. I did not identify myself, but I too am in reentry. I am so glad to be here before you and to tell you how important it is for music to be in our community. Playing music, musical instruments, having the opportunity to write, to read, to form communities of musicians where I am able to bring a mentee, a person newly released, and to bring a professional musician, a musician who has played around the world and across the world. Music on the inside, our patron saint is Louis Armstrong. Louis Armstrong, at the age of about 14, was arrested and placed in a Wayward boys' home and provided with a horn. After about 4 or 5 years with this constant playing, being in this community of other musicians, we now know of him, the late musician, as an ambassador to the world with music. So we know that if given the opportunity and chance to play, to heal, to soar, we are given that opportunity. I see, and I work with people who have spent years in prisons, people who have spent time in isolation, and if it were not for music, all would have been lost. People, when given the opportunity to come out of their cell, kind of come out of their loneliness, and to be presented with the opportunity of music, how healing that is, how it changes them. It allows them to produce, to create, to be creative, to push forward with their message, with their music. In our community, there are wounded soldiers. There are people who return back to our community, hurt, bothered, without music, where would they be? We are allowed to build piece by piece, brick by brick, and we formulate a partnership with our music, through our lessons, through our Zoom meetings. Well, I'm lucky enough to, with the founder who's sitting in our audience, Alina Bloomgarden, I'm allowed to travel, to transverse across the country, Florida, Georgia, Baltimore, Philadelphia, all the cities in which we live, and to be able to put a musical instrument in someone's hand. A person who largely used to carry guns now has a trombone in his hand, a guitar in his hand, a keyboard in his hand. So we make musicians providing this in our community. I thank you once again for giving me this opportunity.
Awesome. Great.
Art is healing. It is a way of life for many. For those who, like myself, who didn't do well in school academically, art was my way of finding myself in the world. And as a teaching artist in Los Angeles, I worked with students who were said to be at risk. And I did not look at these students as being at risk. They had a lot of ability. And it took someone like myself to be able to show them that ability. First, having them realize that they're not lost. And there are several ways of geniuses that others don't recognize, and that is art. I've worked with seniors here in New York City who didn't know that they had the ability to create art until they joined my classes. And watching them transform, watching them find their purpose in life, feeling accomplished after each class, that's the beauty that I believe I am here to facilitate as an art therapist. And it is rewarding, every class is rewarding. It's healing for them and it's healing for me. Because I believe that my purpose is here to give back. I've lived my entire life as an artist, and at this stage in my life, I find giving back to be the most rewarding thing that I could ever do. Just giving people, having them recognize. When I was younger, my father was a hoteler, owned a hotel in Barbados, and had several other businesses, and he wanted me to be like him. But we didn't know that I was deaf. So it was also somewhat of an embarrassment for him that I was not able to reach the level of academics that he was able, or the rest of the family were accomplishing. And my grandfather, with his wisdom, said, look, Hal, if he has a skill, he's going to survive. And my father then supported that, buying me art supplies. At a young age, I was a fashion designer. I started sewing in high school. And quickly, the family realized that, hey, he's got a way to survive. And that transition to being a graphic designer and then a visual artist. And I am able to see this gift in those at-risk kids and those seniors who don't believe that they can create. I believe that creativity is an innate ability that we all carry inside of us. It's just a matter of believing in yourself and tapping in to that genius that lies inside. And like I said, it's the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life, being able to show people, whether kids or adults, who don't believe that they are able to create. And I do it every week. And it is a beauty that is hard to explain, but it's easy to recognize when you see that child, that creative being, come alive. And I'm complete.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yes, can you repeat the question again, please?
So how do you see different forms of art serving as therapeutic tools and promoting mental health and emotional well-being? Did I do that right?
Well, like I said before, it's therapy for me, you know, based on experiences. I think that it's an outlet where you're able to express yourself without even having to say things. You know, my first film was a redeploy film, right? It was called Redeploy. And I'm a veteran, so it was about a soldier who returns home in search of peace. I served in Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, so that was like a heavy experience for me. I was very young. But I think I came back home with like a whole bunch of stuff tagged to me when it came to like PTSD and, you know, certain stems of it. And I went to film school, and they were saying, like, I was trying to do something else, but the film director, the teacher told me, you know, focus on something that you understood. But I felt like I was running from it. So we had like a few days left, and it's like, boom. I said, let me do it. I wrote the script in 2 days, but it just came out. But I realized that I was that soldier who was in search of peace.
Right.
And I didn't know that for years. I didn't know that. So I start looking at, you know, just me doing film as therapy, even Ethan Art Venture. That, by the way, that's my son, who does the voiceover for the actor, for the main character, Ethan. He inspired me to do this film. He started drawing, and I just saw that, like, when you really believe in something, you can really hone it. It just comes out. So I just thought about, I'm a mother. What would I want to say to my son when I thought of that short film? And I want him to know that, you know, he could create anything. You know, art is life. You know, life is art. And in this very moment, we're creating something beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Oh, well, it's my turn. It's so hard to follow that. So the first thing that comes to my mind is my children. And I created my children in the likeness of me, right? I want them to be strong. And I'm raising queens, right? I'm raising women. I want them to be able to paint the world with their love, with their words, with their movements, and their creativity. I believe that art is a pillar in our communities. It is a pillar in everything that we say, because no one is like you. And as artists and activists and advocates and all of these different things that we all are, we know that we all have one purpose, and as that is to make change, right? We're trying to change something, we're trying to do something, we're involved in many things, we are intertwined in many ways. Oh, that's my baby. Me as a mother, going to prison was like one of the hardest things that I ever had to do in my whole entire life. I am 32 years old. And when I look at my oldest, she's 14, she's here also today. When I look at my oldest, the first thing that I think of is, how can I make her a better person, right? How can I instill things that I have in me and make it so much greater in her? And she's an artist, right? She's a singer, she's a creator, when I say awesome, she's awesome like her mom. And when I thought about what RTA did for me while I was incarcerated, oh, it's gonna make me cry, guys. It saved my life. Because without them, I would probably still be in prison. And that's the honest to God truth. I wasn't able to conform to their systems. I was not able to do the things that they wanted me to do. It was so difficult for me being in prison. And the reason why it was so difficult is because you're not allowed to do the things that you want to do, right? You're only doing things that someone's telling you to do. You can't use the bathroom unless you are able to use the bathroom, right? Someone's allowing you to do that. You have to go to sleep when someone tells you to go to sleep, right? If you're not feeling well, they have to allow you to go and get medical help, right? If you want to call your kids, you have to be allowed to do that. So it stripped me of everything that I know and all that I am, my beauty, everything. They take everything from you. And so in RTA, what I found was I found myself, and I rebirthed myself. I was reborn again. I was able to sing, and I was able to dance, and I was able to talk, I was able to write, I was able to be a poet, I could be a performer, I can do all of these things. I was able to act on stage. Oh my God.
Yes, yes, yes.
The first performance that I did in prison, I was at Bedford Hills Correctional Facility. I did The Wiz. When I tell you I was like 7 characters, I literally was like 7 people in the play, okay? I was even Toto the dog, okay? Like, seriously. And I was Glenda the Good Witch. Oh, yeah. And when I started to sing this song, Home, we sung Home when it was time to like end off the performance. And the way that my daughter looked at me through the audience, mind you, she's inside of a prison, right? She's inside of the gymnasium. There's no like big auditorium, no big setup, right? You're just in a gym, there's chairs, and there's people, and then you have the performers on stage. And when my daughter saw the way that I came out as Glenda the Good Witch, it was such a different experience for her. I didn't have on the greens, I didn't have on the uniform, I didn't have on handcuffs. I was this magical queen to her with fairy dust all around. And I could not make that happen on my own in prison without RTA. It could not happen. It was a magical dream to me, but it was my daughter's reality. And I say all of these things to say that, and I'm so sorry for like getting all emotional.
Don't be.
But I say all of these things to say that art in confinement spaces, art in the world is necessary. It is not an extracurricular activity. This is not a hobby. This is an everyday way of life. It is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I want to leave off with that.
Thank you so much for that, Denasia, because you just gave me a bridge, right, to go off the script a little bit,
Okay.
right? Because being vulnerable is so precious and so courageous, right? So as a childhood trauma survivor myself, you know, I used to watch my mom get beat, right? You know, I experienced domestic violence early, and my way out was writing. Right? Was writing, creating songs, creating poems and stuff like that. And one of the things that I teach our youth is the healing is in the wound. So sometimes you have to go where it hurts in order to get some healing. Yeah. And most of my healing came through art, right? So what I want to do is to be vulnerable, right? And to talk from an I statement, give you guys that opportunity right now from an I statement to share a story right now that's personal to you, that you utilize art to be able to brighten the world. Because one of you guys said it, and I apologize, but when that light comes on, when it switches on and you know that they were this way, and because of what you've done and exposed them to, that light comes on, it's the biggest joy in the world. So can you share that?
Sure.
Let's go back. I would love to start with you first.
That's
you know,
fine. That's fine. I'm good. So you want me to sing?
I was going to get to
Someone
that.
said to sing?
Please do not think that I was not going to allow her to do a little bit
Oh
of
my
that.
goodness, you guys really want to hear me sing? Oh, that is so awesome. Okay, I'll give you a little snippet of something real quick, you know. I will love it anyway, even if it cannot stay. I think you're all the one for me. Here is where you want to be, and I just want to satisfy you, 'cause you're not mine and I can't deny it. Don't you hear me talking, baby? Love me now, I'll go crazy. Oh, sweet thing.
Love it, love it.
That was great. Okay, so I have so many different stories. We can sit here all day. But okay, so when I came home in 2018, I came home around Christmas, and of course, I'm like an alumni now for RTA because I'm home and I'm successful, I'm doing well, I'm in school, I have a job, I'm reunited with my children, I'm trying to like get my life together, right? There was a concert that I had to do for RTA. And the reason why I say had to is because I could not say no. There was no way that I can say no. The concert was for the women that were incarcerated. So we were basically singing songs to uplift the women in prison. And the concert was called Uplift, and it was recorded, and we would send the recording into the prison. And the reason how I remember that story it's like clear in my mind is because my daughter, the 14-year-old, she was actually on stage with me singing in the ensemble. And she was so excited to do that. And I was just like, oh, well, I don't want you to feel nervous, like it's okay. She's like, yeah, but I can't sing as good as you. And I was like, no, don't even worry about any of that, right? We're gonna just sing this lovely song and we're gonna do it together and we're gonna be here in this moment right now. And I am such a role model for my children. And that is the most important thing to me, is to be a role model for my kids. My daughter now is in high school, and she goes to Talent Unlimited in Manhattan. She sings in the choir in the school. She's in everything, in every which way. She's singing in Latin. She's singing in different languages. She's like extraordinary, right? I can't, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna break down and cry. I just cannot. I just have something to say real quick, right? And this is something I just need to say. I just want to say thank you to everyone in this audience.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you.
Are you complete? Thank you. Thank you so much. Your courage is so inspiring. I know we want to open up the floor for questions and stuff, so I want to ask you guys, I know we could sit here and talk about this all day, but let's share a quick story, please, so that we can get into the audience and have some questions for you guys. All right, if you don't mind. Nudia.
What was the question again?
Let's share a personal story. Be vulnerable, share a personal story real quick, then how art really showed up, for you and somebody else. I changed it up a little bit, but go a little deeper.
How it showed up for me. I think it showed up in my films. The project, Ethan Art Venture, going through the process with that, with my son, was an interesting experience, It brought him into my world.
Yes.
It brought me into his world as well. It brought us closer together, and it also made him even more creative. He went from illustrations to now animation, from animations to making his own comic book, to his own comic book series, to having the conversations with me about his comic book series, Ethan's Journey, not Ethan Art Venture, it's Ethan's Journey, that's his thing.
Beautiful.
And I just think that art is, it transcends, you know, it's very uplifting, it connects us all. And like I said, it's life, so just that.
Thank you so much. It's the green, right? Grand. Apologize.
Okay, a personal story where art showed up for healing for me is there was several years ago where I was hospitalized for sickle cells. And I'll share two stories with you. So I was hospitalized for sickle cells, and I was lying in the hospital bed in pain. And I had my iPad with me, and I just recently started practicing digital art. And the doctors had given me, I believe it was morphine for the pain, and it did nothing for me. I was still hurting. And I turned to my iPad, and I started just sketching and doodling. And I had just taken a picture of this older man that shared the room with me. And at this time, I was doing a series of art where I was just sketching random people. So I pulled my iPad out, and I started doodling. And art has always done this to me, I just never really noticed. But this time I was hurting, and it was obvious to me that when I started drawing, I went into a meditative state where I saw myself separately from the pain. Mm-hmm. And I was able to transition out of my body to where I didn't feel the pain anymore. And it was so profound. I was like, wow, I just realized how I've done this so many times in my life because I've had a lifetime with sickle cells. At this point in my life, I'm now 52, soon to be 53 years old. And when I was a kid, my mother was very, very scared because when I was probably around 6 years old, the doctors told her I wouldn't live past 18. And as I got closer to 18, it extended to 25. And when I turned 18 or 19, I decided that I was going to live with this thought of fear of dying anymore. I was going to challenge sickle cells head on. So I watched what I ate, and I was very active, and I continue to be active. When I turned 36 years old, I remember that was the last time I had paid attention or listened to a expectancy of my life, which was 35. So at 36, I decided that was my first birthday because I have extended my life, thank you,
Yes.
past what the doctors told me that I wasn't going to live to. And at this time, like I said, 50, I heard through the grapevine that they got more understanding of how to manage sickle cells, and that 50 was about the limit that they had. And I just forgot about whatever it was because I'm very healthy. I haven't had a sickle cell attack in over 12 years now.
Look at that.
And I am just happy to be alive, to be able to give back some of that life experience I've had. But art has always saved my life, always helped me to manage the pain. And I would not, in my 30s, I would not go to the hospital unless the pain was unbearable. And even then, I relied more on the option of herbal medication, weed to be on point, I smoked to manage my pain. And that particular time in the hospital, after doing my iPad, I no longer need any type of medication to manage the pain or the anxiety that comes with living with sickle cells. The other story I'd like to share is I had an accident. Like I said, I'm very active. I ride a bike through New York City. And I got hit by a car. I was crossing the the intersection, the crosswalk, and this guy, he just took off before the light turned green for him, and knocked me into a pole, and it broke my left foot. When I came home I had to get surgery. I currently have metal in the instep of my left foot. And I had surgery early that morning, and around noon I came home, and the surgeon said that the pharmaceutical company will send the medication to my house. I waited all day. The medication never showed up. And towards the evening after all the anesthesia had worn off, I was hurting. I mean, I was boo-hooing, crying out loud, screaming in my apartment building. My mother and my sister was there with me, and they were like, John, try to calm down. I'm like, I just had surgery. The medication isn't here. Like, I'm feeling every tug, pull, hammering that the surgeon had done. I started to feel it. And I became a yogi maybe the year before. And being a yoga teacher, it was a lot of practice of breathing. So I said, the only tool I have right now is my breath. And I believe that learning how to properly breathe is also an art. So I started taking deep breaths, and it just felt natural to me to breathe in deep, and when I let that breath out, it was like, ooh. Each breath, in deep, and ooh. Eventually, I found myself again separate from the pain, using my breath as a conduit to tap into my higher mind, and realizing that I had the ability to manage the pain. Now,
Let's
I
clap
share
that
this.
up. Let's clap that up. I apologize, but we got to keep it moving, though. Thank you so much for that.
Let me just complete with this one thing. I shared this experience with my spiritual community, and the women in the community told me, you know what? That's the breath of life. That is how women breathe when they're birthing.
Wow. Yes.
And I was like, wow. I tapped into that organically and naturally.
Yes.
And it helped me to deal with pain again.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Green.
If I can share something, I began or spoke about being in reentry. So I am in reentry, and I've been home for, I believe, roughly 15 years now. And one of the things that I do, I mentioned earlier, being from this community, I have always believed in my community and have always outreached to my community, always. And I believe very often by divine intervention, things happen and are placed in your hands. It's an act of God. So while working for Music on the Inside, I was placed on the board of directors of the Fortune Society. Fortune Society is a criminal justice agency here in New York. And doing my outreach, I went to a Fortune Society location in Long Island City, and I walked into a room, and a young man was crying and tearing after playing the piano, and I wanted to know why he was crying. And after speaking with him, this young man had just done 25 years in jail, and he had tears. And usually we black men, we not built for that.
Right.
We not crying and breaking down. And I wanted to know why was he crying. So he had lost someone the night before to gun violence. But I saw the remarkableness of these tears. And through the Fortune Society and David Rothenberg, its founder, we often get tickets. So to theater, how important art is to theater. So this young man, I said, well, how'd you like to go to see a dance presentation with me? Looked at me. I said, we're going to get something to eat first, and then we're going to, and realizing it was important to grasp my brother, to reach him where he was. So the socialization began with us breaking bread and having a meal. Realizing even the menu was a problem for him. 25 years. Put a menu in front of him. What he's supposed to order, appetizers. And then I realized that what I needed to do. So we had the socialization and the meal first, and then we went to the Joyce Theater in Manhattan for the dance presentation. So when the dancers were on stage, they were doing this choreography with spelling letters out and words. And the brother leaned into me and said, "Do you see?" And I said, "He got it. He's getting it." So it was me being in the right place.
Yes.
At the right time.
Yes.
To reach over, to bring my brother. And today, I cannot tell you what success he's having. He's studying with Peter Malinvari, this phenomenal pianist. He's doing vocals with Marion Cowens, who is phenomenal. And through this music and this interaction, I'm happy that we have, with music on the inside and these opportunities, brought another brother along the way. And for that, I'm happy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jason.
Thank you. I would just like to share the vulnerability that was in my life before martial arts. I was an alcoholic, functional, doctor, business owner, loved to party, loved to kick it, but alcohol was leading my life. And on the day, June 10th, when I walked away from alcohol almost 9 years ago, I picked up a white belt for martial arts for myself. I had to replace alcohol with an art. And to humble yourself, June 10th, the same day I walked away from alcohol, I walked into a dojo and started to train. And they wrapped a gi on me, put a white belt around me, and said, "You're a martial artist." I took a different definition upon my life, that not an alcoholic, but a martial artist. I went from a white belt to a black belt, and in that time period, I got a chance to focus in on me. When you gain your black belt, that's when you start realizing you learned all that to help others. I never thought that I would work with kids, never thought that I would teach kids, but an opportunity opened up in wards 7 and 8 in DC. DC is a tough city. It's a tough city. And for African Americans who grow up in DC, we face a lot of challenges, health disparities, and there was a rapid growing rate of autism in the city. It grew over 200% in the African American community, autism. And the opportunity came for me to train kids with the talent that I learned. So no longer was alcohol leading me to the bars, martial arts was leading me to the dojo. I found time and opportunity where my time was sitting at a bar now turned into time with children. And so I knew I wanted to make film. Even when I was drinking, I wanted to make movies. And my first film, I'm a martial artist, I focused in on the kids and not myself. I focused in on showing them their life, talking about their challenges and watching them grow through the martial arts. And the martial arts helping a kid who would once cry anytime he had contact to now being able to defend himself, that's a great story. To a kid who couldn't verbalize or follow commands, could follow commands in another language. To come to attention, to know how to bow respectfully at the right time, to taking kids to national tournaments and coming back with medals. This story is part of I'm a Martial Artist. The second film is coming out this month, and I'm excited about it. But it gives me an opportunity to talk about my own vulnerability. I don't care to tell it. I don't care who knows. My life has changed. I turned a chapter in my life. I would never go back to alcohol with the help of the man upstairs. I choose not to go back because my life moving forward is productive. Thank you.
Thank you. Time check. We'll take a couple of questions from the audience. Any questions? I know my hub stars got some questions. Yeah.
Hello, hello. Oh, there's one down. I wanted him to stay for the question. I'm Darnay Thomas. I'm from the Hub. I also do what y'all do. I'm just in the beginning stages of it. I wanted to know, as a child, what was y'all's starting point? What did y'all want to be? Doctor, lawyer? You became a doctor, but was you starting into filmmaking?
Yeah.
Was you starting into...
Oh yeah, that's a great question for me. I was on a path. I was already in college. I was at Florida A&M University. I was in pursuit of a career, but then I found my passion because I was around other filmmakers from Florida A&M University. So when you're talking about big artists, I mean big people making films out of FAMU, they inspired me. Ice Cube inspired me. When I graduated from college the same year, Friday came out. And when I seen that film, I knew I had to make a movie. I just knew. It was just something about Ice Cube. It was something about the storyline. It was a great movie. And that's when I knew that I wanted to be creative. But I already started doing physical therapy. I wrote my first book in 2010, 15 years after I graduated. Shot my first film in 2018. So it took time. So be patient with yourselves. Anybody who's interested in going in the film, be patient with yourself. If you want to write, be patient with yourselves, but just keep pursuing. Great question.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank
For
you.
the whole, I wanted the whole panel to answer though.
Oh. I'll take it. I guess when I was young, I always wanted to sing. I always wanted to be an actress. I can't say that I made it big. I'm not a celebrity, but I'm big in my world and in my life, and I feel like it's very important for me to keep on singing and to keep on acting. So yeah, exactly what I wanted to be when I was young, I'm doing now, which is awesome.
Amen. Yes.
All right. I can say the journey is real. I started out, I wanted to sing. I wanted to do anything that had to deal with self-expression. If it wasn't singing, I was dancing. If it wasn't creating radio station shows for the family or recording things or just being that person to express and do something that was funny, that was me. In high school, I wanted to do acting, and I was all going gun-ho for it. And then one day, classmate came in and she graduated early and she went to the military. And it made me, it sounds so interesting, like, wow. But then I said, you know what? I could be all I can be. I saw the commercials and I'm gonna do this. And it's like, wow, I could still go to school. I could still do this. And when I told my family, they was like, huh? Like, you're supposed to be going to school for acting. That summer, I think right before I graduated, I was in the summer youth program. And I was in a program called PAVE. And it was geared towards whatever your career goals were. I wanted to do acting. They couldn't get me a job in acting, so they ended up putting me in Medgar Evers' television studio. So that kind of opened up my world to the production aspect of it. But then I went to the military, and that changed everything. And I felt like once I made that decision, it was like, I can't go back. I can't do this. I just have to do something and choose something else. But when I deployed, and when I had that experience, it made me feel like, damn, like, if I could do this, I could do anything. And I don't need to be here. It's just like being in jail, like following orders and doing something that you don't want to do. And then even the war was like, it didn't make any sense to me that I'm fighting something I don't even understand. So when I got out, they paid for school, and I still was saying, telecommunications, television, whatever. I still didn't see myself in a director's place. It didn't sound right. That wasn't something I was going for at all. It just happened with the journey. just going to film school. And then when they paid for my master's at the School of Visual Arts, I didn't even realize the program I was choosing was to be a director. I thought it was just like, okay, you make a film, and at that time I had a camera, I was doing music videos for friends or, people that were artists, independent artists. I didn't know what hat I wanted to play. I knew a little bit of editing. I knew a little bit of, I'm gonna pick up a camera and do it. I learned from the New York Film Academy that I was able to tell stories. I was able to do something, but I didn't know which hat I wanted to put on. But when I went to School of Visual Art, it solidified that for me, you're a director. And even like when I was promoting my film and going on film festivals, it still didn't I didn't click with it yet. Then it's like, well, this is what it is. So I just say embrace the journey. You never know where it may take you. And it doesn't start here and end there. It just keeps on going.
Trust the process.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trust the process. Trust.
Me?
I'm gonna ask for your support.
I'm the worst person to ask.
All right. I'll ask again.
I'm
gonna ask
repeat
again.
the question again, but let me see your mouth.
I'll ask again. The question was, filmmaking, was that your first and only goal, or is this a secondary thing that you're doing?
I'm a visual artist, not a filmmaker.
All right.
So what the question
yeah.
for me,
Well,
right?
it was according to everyone. Yeah, the whole
It's for everyone.
your spill.
Okay, so help me one more time. Filmmaking.
Visual art was visual art.
What was your first love?
goal, or was it because of the loss of hearing?
Which visual arts was my? Is it my first love?
Yeah.
No. Fashion was my first passion. I started making clothing in high school, and how that came about was my uncle, who was several years older than me, he took up a trade after he left college, and I was assisting him. And to make this, short and sweet, I'd asked him to make me a pair of pants for high school. And it took him months to even touch the fabric where he did it. So I took upon myself, because I was assisting him, I'm like, you know what? I can see how to do this. I told my mother I was going to attempt. She said, no, you're going to mess it up. I ended up making my first pants when I was 14 years old and wearing that to school and getting a lot of attention because being hearing impaired, I was always felt a little bit isolated. And this making my first pair of pants propelled me to the spotlight. And I started making clothing for my high school and neighborhood friends. So that became my first passion.
All right.
Thank you. And you ended off, sir? You ended off?
Oh, same question?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, visualization of visual art. So, my first passion? I too am a person of design and art as well. So I fancy myself too as an artist. And I should say to you, art and styling has become a part of wherever I go and what I do. I bring the styling now to Music on the Inside because we do benefits and galas, and my artists, they need to look well, need to look swell, and I make certain that they make these appearances. And through those appearances, if done right and done well, we get media attention and social media and television and newspapers. So I think it's really important that we show up well when we come and we're out. So, yes.
Thank you.
No, before Darnay leaves, if everybody give him a round of applause because I want that shine to go on you for a second because he's one of the leading mentors with the Hub Arts and Trauma Center, and he works with the youth every single day. He show up, and 100% of the time is showing up. And that guy shows up, he has his own podcast where he bring the youth on and everything. So please big him up.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we wrap this one up?
I don't have a question. I have a loud mouth, so I don't need a mic.
I know that's right.
I don't have a question. I just want to commend the panel.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
lives. And I want to thank you. And to you, I want you to keep telling your story.
Yes.
Because not only will it healing for you, it's a powerful message for others. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amen. Thank you.
Before we conclude this, I just want to say, I don't want to get emotional, but I'm going to say every interaction is a transaction, right? It's a chance to learn, grow, or teach. And you guys have showed proof of how we can learn, grow, and teach all in one thing. Thank you so much. You are great and amazing. I reiterate your statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Give it up again for the panel and for Mr. Altariq Best for facilitating. I was just really quick. Can you come up here for a sec? I just got corrected on how the natives of Newark, New Jersey, pronounce the name of the city. Could you say it?
Newark.
One more time.
Newark.
Can everybody say it together? Newark.
Okay.
Newark.
Okay.
That's it. We getting there. All right. Thank you. Okay, we want to mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. I don't think this. There we go. Vosa Rivers. We want to give a special shout out to Vosa Rivers. Is Vosa Rivers here? Was here? Yes. Please, let's give a round of applause. Vosa Rivers is part of the Harlem Art Alliance and has been a great supporter for what we're doing here at the Kwanzaa Film Festival. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right. I'm going to bring up, kind of want to wait for everyone to get their pictures in. And then we'll settle back down. All right. So as we move the program along, we have someone from representing Afro Crowd, the executive director of Afro Crowd, Sherry Antoine, who's an MPA, and Afro Crowd works with partners locally and worldwide using technology to empower and connect through Wikipedia as a tool for community development. So I'm going to bring up Ms. Sherry Antoine, and she can tell you a little bit more about Afro Crowd and what they bring to the community.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. How are you? Doing well, doing well. All right. I know we've got a lot of stuff happening today. I won't be long. But let me just hear a whoop whoop from the audience. Whoop whoop. Come on now. Whoop whoop. All right. Okay. Afro Crowd is very happy to be and proud to be a partner of the Kwanzaa Film Festival. We are a continuing partner from, it's been 2 years now. And in room 317, Afro Crowd, which is a Wikipedia-based
people could actually hear and listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ina. Ina has been such a great leader of this organization and such a great friend to AfroCrowd. So AfroCrowd focuses on ensuring that people of African descent are not left out of the of history, not left out of the story of the world, and not left out of the creation of knowledge and history. And we use Wikipedia as a tool, as well as Wikipedia projects. Every year, we have events throughout the year, and of course, especially during this time of year, for Black History Month, for Women's History Month. We also work with folks throughout different countries in Africa, the Caribbean, throughout the country, as well as in different parts of Europe. And what we do is we connect folks based on themes, for example, like we're talking about today, wellness and healing, but also just in general for knowledge development. And the way we do that is we have free trainings at every event on how to edit Wikipedia. It sounds very simple, but Wikipedia is one of the only free publicly available tools you have at your disposal to be a part of the creation of history. And people overlook it all the time, but especially the Black community in the United States, where we're less than 1% of the people editing Wikipedia. So that means that the story that you know about yourself and the world knows about you online digitally, because most people go to Wikipedia or Google to whenever you have a question, whenever you're finding out about the world or COVID or anything that interests you, you'll likely go to the internet these days or to Google. And on the first page, what you'll find, because of our connection with Google and other browsers and other partners, is that is the story that you'll be told, what was written there. And it's very passive. Sometimes you won't even really realize how this information is affecting your understanding of the world. But what we do is we offer the opportunity for free to learn how to get behind that data, add it, be a part of telling of your story, or just of the knowledge of the world, and also learning new skills that you can use for other areas of your life, especially if you're trying to build up, for example, research skills and others. We also help folks add audio, visual information about events like this, which is what we're going to be doing in room 317 today. In room 317, there are a few things that are going to be happening. At 1 p.m. today, we're going to be holding what's called an edit-a-thon. Edit-a-thons begin with a free training on editing basics, but it also comes with coaches. We have one coach that I'm looking at right now. Linda, stand up if you please. Linda is a wiki coach who, please give her a round of applause. Really quickly, Linda has been editing with AfroCrowd since the beginning in 2015, when our founder Alice Backer began AfroCrowd in New York. She's a Haitian Wikipedian lawyer blogger. Thank you for the and I've been around since almost about then as well. What we want you to know is, outside of the fun raffle that we're holding, we're going to be giving away these Gucci bears, I believe they were, teddy bears. We're going to be raffling off another computer like we did at the last event, and we're going to also raffle up other fun things. But that's an opportunity and an incentive, but what you can leave with is making your mark on history. And so if you'll come at 1 o'clock, we have coaches who will be available. We have a presentation that you can it's about 20 minutes, just showing you around. people who are part of this program have gone to travel all over the world. We went to South Africa. We just came from Singapore. We've had events in Ghana. We've also participated very actively in North America. We were just in Toronto. There's opportunities to connect with other groups, for example, who are working on things like if you're interested in digital content in another way. There are groups who are involved in going a little bit deeper, and there are other groups like ours who have just fun opportunities. They're usually pretty relaxed. You will have some music playing in the background while people edit. We'll have opportunities to meet other people, mingle, get to know people both here and abroad and other parts of the community. So we just want to invite you into that opportunity. And it's happening at 1 o'clock, room 317. There were other few things that I wanted to mention. If you're interested in international affairs, for example, we often have projects dealing with that in association with the United Nations. We've worked with different galleries, libraries, art institutions, and so forth. You can find something that applies to you in this community, but the first step is to try. And we are offering you the opportunity to try today at 1 o'clock in room 317. So what room did I say? 317. All right. And then I also wanted to mention the things that you're hearing here today, you can immediately take that knowledge and share it with the world. I learned something new. I'm a violinist, and music changed my life. I remember when I was just I went to school at IS 180 in the Bronx when I was, well, obviously a long time ago. And that school, at the time, there was a teacher there who was teaching Black history on a regular basis. And that is where I first got the spark because of that man, that Black man, making it a point to ensure that I knew and all of my fellow students knew something about our history because it was such an important thing for me. I have been a part in some way, some form throughout my life doing this. And that is also the same school where I learned about music. And that is the same school where I learned the Black National Anthem. I don't know where y'all first heard it, but we learned it. We sang it every day. And now, as a violinist, that music changed the trajectory of my life. That is the reason I got to get to know people from all over the world, travel, do so many other things. So I just wanted to point that out, that today is a great opportunity, not just to be a part of programs like ours, but to add to the knowledge and information about things that are specifically changing people's lives. So if you want to make sure that this connectivity can continue outside of here in the digital form, we can come and work on it together. I'm looking forward to adding some about the places we've learned about here today. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, and we're looking forward to seeing you later on.
Great job. And thanks for that information. I tell you, it's important. We can't underestimate the importance of being a part of writing history and taking control over the history and the information that's out there, especially with respect to us. So thank you again, Ms. Antoine. Let's give another hand, all right? And what room was that? 317 at 1 o'clock. So we're running a little behind, so it might be slightly after 1 o'clock. So Columbia, please just have a little grace. We're going to have another film screening. It's a film by Hakima Benjamin, and I believe it's Call In is the name of the film. Call In by Hakima Benjamin. Oh, yes, and just We know we may have a few children, so there may be if there's any sensitivities to a bit of adult language, just be mindful and, move accordingly as to how you want to deal with that. And not just children. You have some adults that are a little sensitive. If my mother was in the house, she'd be like, "Oh, did you just say that? Did they just say that?" So, just be mindful. All right? Okay. Excellent, excellent. I'll tell you, the intensity at the towards that ending scene was amazing. The music behind it, great actors, just the you could feel it, and you could feel that it was executed very well. So shout out to Hakima Benjamin, who I believe is here today and will be on a panel that we're about to have. Just for a time check, we're going to move the program to 1:30, and then we're going to break for lunch. So we have a panel coming up. It's entitled "Dispelling the Myth of Youth Activism." It's going to be facilitated by Asia Brown, who's also known as Asia B, who's a Bronx resident and classically trained singer. Asia is a versatile performing artist, collaborating with various talents from music producers to comedians, where she excels as a writer and an artist developer. Asia is an alumni of Delaware State University and holds the distinction of being the first host of the BET Black College Tour. Beyond her contributions to the performing arts and artist development, Asia is a freelance journalist and a dedicated full-time immigration paralegal. Her performances have graced venues from Capitol Hill to off-Broadway. To lead us in our next panel discussion, Dispelling the Myth of Youth Activism, Asia B. Let's give it up. Thank you, Asia. I'm going to call out the other panelists. Asia, do you want to? Yeah, exactly. That'll be perfect seat. Okay.
Hello.
And Asia, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the panelists and bring them up.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to start with Adrian Baldock. Okay, did I pronounce that right? Baldock, okay.
Hi, welcome. Good, nice to meet you.
We have Marshall Davis. All right, come on down.
Come on down, welcome.
We have the filmmaker of the film we just saw, Hakima Benjamin. Okay, and last but certainly not least, Jamil, and just excuse me if I mispronounce the name, Jamel Prim. Is that correct? All right, excellent. All right, give it up.
Hi, welcome. That was an awesome film, Hakima. Oh my gosh, very intense at the end. Well, I was triggered. So yes, we're gonna have a conversation dispelling the myths of youth activism. If you guys wanna start by introducing yourselves and, you know.
Hey y'all, what's going on? How y'all feeling? My name is Adrian B., also known as Little Miss Jersey. I am a child of God, still figuring out my purpose, but while I'm doing so, thus far, God has graced me with the capability of being a media coordinator down in South Jersey that manage journalists that write positive stories about our community. So if y'all get into a sense or a habit when y'all watch the news and y'all see anything that deals with us, like, oh my gosh, why is this so heart-wrenching and negative all the time, right? I am that little piece of positivity that is out in the community doing the work that, you know, spotlights us in a positive perspective, right? I've been doing this work for the past 3 years. This is my 3rd year. I'm 26 years young, so I'm still trying to figure out what to do and how to do it. But this is a grant-paid project called the South Jersey Information Equity Project that allows young Black journalists to network in South Jersey. We cover 6 different counties this year. We started off with 3, and they doubled my workload. Also with the number of journalists that we have as well. So I started off with 5, and now I'm graced with 8. And then a second batch, which will encompass 14 in total this year. And now we're covering 6 counties between Camden, Gloucester, Burlington, Salem, Atlantic, and Cumberland County down in South Jersey. Outside of that, I am a media personality that networks between Black-owned studios all over New Jersey to provide creatives with multiple opportunities that exposes them to the positive industry, underground industry that, they work hard in, right? It takes a lot to do it by yourself as an indie artist or an indie creative. And basically what people know me as is just someone to get the job done. So if you're looking to network and talk about all the endless opportunities and share business cards, I'm here for you guys. Adrienne B.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me, right? All right. My name is Marshall Davis. I'm a filmmaker. I am a poet and a composer. I'm surprised I got on this panel today, but here we are, and I look forward to gracing you all with some opinions and facts. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hakima Benjamin. I'm a filmmaker. That was my film you just witnessed. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I was born and raised in Newark, New Jersey. I've been doing film for about maybe 7 years now. This was my first piece. I've always worked on all my friends' films, like Nuria. You saw Ethan Art, I worked on her film. So we all basically collaborate together, especially us, African-American filmmakers, because it's really hard to really find good cast and crew. But I'm working on my second one. Well, it's in post now. We just finished principal photography back in September, and it just touches on a lot of exploitation when it comes to our youth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jamel Prim. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Thank you. Grateful to be here tonight, or today. I am a freelance photographer from Detroit. Besides, photography, I love to storytell in any way that can be through, photographs, through, honestly, I just got into media, so I can say visual arts is the new approach next, but mainly through photographs and honestly just communication. I was blessed to partner with an organization, which now I can say and gladly be a part of this organization, Youth for Global Health and Social Justice. And that organization has blessed me in many ways and honestly introduced my love for, storytelling through visual art. So working with them to quick highlight the organization, and excuse me if I sound nervous, I'm mainly behind the camera, so this is new to me, so bear with me. But to share a little bit about the organization, we focus on clean water and sanitation, and really across the world. And don't know how powerful that is because water is needed in life, and also just to have that accessibility to sanitation and clean water is needed. But really just me being an open ear, a fly on the wall, walking into this organization and definitely learning powerful things that can definitely pave many ways and many futures ahead, just having those resources. And for me to fulfill, a small role in the organization, to be somebody to document those moments and, eventually have archival moments is definitely needed. Proof it starts with, documentation. So just to be a small piece of the organization, I'm grateful, and just to be here as well on this panel, appreciative. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you all. So we're going to get the conversation started. The first question I have for you all is, how do you define youth activism, and why do you believe there might be misconceptions and myths surrounding it? Starting with you.
That's a loaded question. That is such a loaded question. I had to meditate on today's questions because as a young person, there's a little bit of apprehension when sharing opinions or just who I am as a whole, even, being a person of color, because 9 times out of 10, we're not really accepted. And then to add on top of that, you the youngin' out of the group. So it's like, what do you really have to say? But I would say that disparity encompasses that answer right then and there. Being young and being a young Black person, a lot of people identify us to the stereotypes that they know when seeing content or the different medias that portray our community but don't necessarily give us a chance to be ourselves. So that's one of the biggest misconceptions. It's just basically who we are and what we look like at first, but not necessarily having that opportunity to speak freely or be accepted genuinely for who we are authentically. So I would say that's one of the biggest misconceptions I've faced from my experience thus far.
I would say that the youth, they protest genuinely very different. You know, the internet is a tool that allows massive access to a massive amount of people. So we try to change how people think rather than, you know, toss over a bus or, you know, burn things. And people have a different idea of trying to change minds when it comes to doing things from behind a keyboard versus being in the street. And at the end of the day, you're still campaigning for a form of change. It's just, it should always start up here first. And people don't think that, or they don't believe that this matters. And part of that comes down to just being seen as young and not understanding where the future is going to take us. But, you know, we're still putting it out there that there are things that need to be addressed. You know, human trafficking still is a problem. Water shortages are still a problem, you know. And the world changes, but we are thinking, how are we going to see a 360 to all of these things with the newer approaches to communications with one another?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I believe personally allowing the youth to find their voice. And once they find that voice, they got to hone on in it. I mean, we all witnessed, they came together strong during the pandemic when it was time to, you know, protest over the whole George Floyd situation. So that's when I really started to see that, okay, there are more power in numbers. And they showed up and showed out. And it wasn't just for them to be on TV or for them to get a moment. Like, they really, really was going hard. I mean, I watched several interviews with a few of them, and the way they spoke, they are very woke. They know what's going on. Now they know they have more power than anything. And it's like, as long as we continue to support them as adults, we got to. You know, they're going to continue to go stronger. And this is why I make films about them and their issues and what they're going through in their lives, so we can also lend a voice to them on screen.
Thank you.
So to piggyback off the internet thing, first, being a youth, I say the main thing is knowing the cause and studying the cause instead of following the trend, because that's the biggest thing is, you know, jumping on a coattail or just following, you know, a friend that's actually doing things because it's a cool route to do, or maybe because it's like the leader and the follower position. You never know how to begin, in a sense. So definitely understand it first, but also what my mom used to say is, you know, action speaks louder than words. So me being in that example, not understanding in the beginning route, but eventually equipping something to, you know, showcase something in the room, because, you know, my words was never heard. So I had to find another way to, you know, find that outlet, and that was basically showcasing something that I can, you know, offer to the table. So just understanding first, I say, for, you know, somebody that's still developing and learning like myself, because it's power in actions, and just to speak from that experience, I'm still going with that. So I definitely say that for sure.
Awesome, thank you. And to piggyback off of what you two said about the adults supporting the younger generation, there's some youth where, you know, they might not have that support. They might believe in a cause that their parent is like, oh no, heck no, you know. So my question to you guys is, how can youth activists navigate a home life where parents are against the causes that youth are advocating for? What advice would you give to youth in situations like that? Start if you like. You can start down there. What's your name again?
Jamel.
Jamel,
Yep.
yes, Jamel.
And to break that question down again, you're saying, could you one more time repeat that?
Absolutely. So how can youth activists navigate a home life where parents are against the causes the youth are advocating for?
Honestly, breaking that barrier with your parents is mighty hard because, again, you are the child and that's the head of the household. Find somebody that's the same as you, even if that's the same age or same neighborhood, same circle, maybe at school, maybe at the court. Just finding something that, that you can piggyback off of because eventually, having a flock will break down that wall. So just seeing if you have a sibling or you're the only child, you can eventually come back to your parent or the adult, showcasing that it's others just like you that have a voice that's actually going through the same thing. So definitely just go to somebody else, not just that one parent or one adult that's in your life, because somebody out there is looking for you and waiting for that. So
Awesome, I agree. Thank you.
Well, the
Kima?
beautiful thing about social media is that, when you feel like, okay, your parent is not supporting you, you're going to always go. These kids go to social media for everything. So it's like, they're going to find a flock that's going to come behind them and be their support system, even if their parent in that house is not with anything that they're saying, they're going to find their group of people and they're going to get together and do their thing. I witnessed it. So.
Same. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure everybody in this room has heard, I'm not one of your little friends from your parent. So that's literally all you need to know. Your parent is not your friend. Go find your circle outside your house. You can come back home, eat and sleep. And, keep it pushing. It's difficult at first because you want them to support you and you want them to love you, and it's just, you can only do so much even as a parent because we're still learning how to parent our children. We weren't taught how to be parents. You just kind of go through the motions and, things happen. Your middle child ends up being the one that has no voice. The youngest child is the one that gets all the attention, and the oldest child is the one that's just jaded and is oh, whatever. But, you have to take time to be away from your parents and get your own grounding. Because, again, I'm not one of your little friends.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this is a loaded question for me because I recently came up on this revelation for me personally at the age of 26. So I'm gonna give y'all a little tea time. So 25 for me was a little bit of a midlife crisis for me because I recognized I still felt like I was my inner child just living in a new experience. That other people were identifying as adulthood, and I'm thinking well, I'm just a teenage adult, y'all. Y'all really want me to take things seriously right now? I have all the answers, and I feel like I just got here to this level of understanding here in this realm. But coming to that understanding, something came to me and let me know that we all are our inner child, just in our current circumstance or just time of life. So maturity is not defined by the age you are, it just is defined by the experiences that you have, right? And I think the same thing goes for my parents. So understanding that, not just for me, but applying that to where I came from. I am also a Caribbean American, so I have 50% of my mom, that overprotective, where are you going? You going out with friend bring you go, but they not bring you back, you can go out with them, but understand that home is always home. Where you come from is your identity, and that is the first portion of what you know at the earliest times of your life. So saying that you can find your friends or find a platform that would allow you to then find yourself is a little bit, I don't want to use this word, but for a lack of better terms, a little bit delusional, y'all. So sometimes when it comes to who you are and finding out and discovering where you are supposed to be in life, you have to return home, which means what your parents are saying means more to you than what you can really admit at that moment, because they are your definition for a long period of time of who you are. So when you start to find yourself and you're finding the things that you love, finding the things that you feel make you happy, you want somewhere down inside for them to accept that too, because you feel like that's a part of you, right? We, in the last panel, spoke about how much creativity is our freedom of expression and how much that means to us. And like Erykah Badu says, I'm sensitive about my you know? So at the end of the day, all the hard work that you put into your craft, at the end of the day, you do want to finally hear your parents say, job well done, I've done well with you. And sometimes escaping that or finding that in external environments can sometimes cause an existential crisis within yourself that you don't recognize till later on, right? These parental issues that we don't really recognize. So at the age of 26, that was my revelation that worked for me, and the best advice that, you know, that works for me still till this day is just recognizing how much of my parents are also within me and I am in them. So maybe they didn't have the same resources that we had to understand who they really were. So you have to give them grace and mercy too, and find a different way, a different medium of communicating that to them in a way. So use your outlets freely. What you have access to, use it. It's a privilege, you know, it's a luxury to have it. But at the end of the day, it's how you use it, you know, that can ultimately penetrate your parents' hearts too. So that's what I have.
That's awesome.
I hope that made sense, y'all. I hope it did.
Did.
Okay.
It did. It made a lot of sense. So going to the next question, can each of you share a personal story or experience that exemplifies youth activism, debunking any stereotypes or myths? Any personal stories? Was there like a protest that you went to when you was younger, or like, you know, I know you're fighting for like clean water and things like that, something that sparked you to, you know, get into this field of activism, this work? Yeah, you can start.
To be honest, in the beginning, hopefully Dr. Simmons doesn't take this in disrespect, but the opportunity to lead a country, of course, a kid is going to run with that. Like, she gave me an immediate shot to say, hey, do you want to go over to Africa? Who's going to turn that down? What I said earlier about, you know, actually understanding, you know, your purpose before jumping on that trend, that was me. I didn't have no clue of what was going on over in the water cycle. But every day I spent over there, even before we went over, just prepping myself to understand what was going on. And the organizations that she was partnering with. You know, it was every day I woke up, I'm amazed at myself because I'm able to Google these certain terms and words and actually take in. I'm like, the homies back home, they probably don't even know this exists. So for me to actually take that and run back and share that to a friend or to a parent, that was a sparking moment for me to want to learn more. And then outside of that, just having my helping hand, you know, starting with my mother. You know, I was a caretaker and just wanted to, you know, shine that light into other lanes, even if that was mission work, working with other organizations such as, you know, our own, and also just being human with everybody else. You know, being over there, this was a neighbor. You know, this was somebody else that, you know, spoke the same language, you know, took in the same air as me. So it was all about just being willing and understanding each day I was down there, and also documenting and sharing my craft in the same route. So for me, it was always going to be that learning moment that I can take in and spark that kept me going. Because again, I never knew that even exists. So it was just having that outlet. So again, thank you, Dr. Simmons, and that's my answer.
Thank you. Hakima?
I believe it was back in 2020 when they had the Get Your Knees Off My Neck protests in D.C. Me and a friend of mine, she's in media too, we drove all the way down there. And I record mostly everything, so I pulled out my phone and the line was so long. The majority of the individuals in that line were young people. In front of me, behind me, way up in the front. And I said, wow, these kids are really, really strong in, you know, their voices. Like, they really want to show people that they about this life, you know. So it's not about, you know, the Martin Luther Kings or the Malcolm X's. It's about me right now. I'm here. You're going to listen to me. This is what I have to say. And when I tell you, I was really, really impressed. and just having a conversation with them in the line. They were angry. I mean, really angry about what was going on. We're not with just George Floyd. With all of the African Americans being stopped and being shot by the police. And I kept telling them, listen, just keep that voice, keep that passion. Never ever let it die. No matter how much or how many people try to tell you, oh, what you doing? Why you doing that? You're not gonna be successful in that. No, don't ever let nobody ever tell you you can't do it. And when I tell you, I loved it. So that's what made me really get passionate and behind the youth, because, like I said, as adults, they need us too to help push them, whether it's our parents, whether it's a mentor, whether it's a stranger, they need us. So let's just keep that going.
Thank you.
I've got to spend a good fortune of time with the folk singer Pete Seeger. He was one of the few people that was singing "This Land Is Your Land" with Martin Luther King, and I got to go out on tour with him before. It was just, I don't know, it's a very strange but universal experience, just because there's so much that we've been talking about for years that is only changing slowly. But and he is like my grandfather's generation, blacklisted, that kind of generation. But just being able to be there and to see so many faces of people who are able to resonate with that same message of just camaraderie and love with one another, it's a beautiful thing. There's no stereotypes I can say about it. It's just when you understand how to love people for who they are at any age, from wherever they're from, that's about it. Because that's like the universal thing that we all want, and that I don't think anybody would disagree with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really resonate with what Denasia was speaking about earlier on the panel, because I'm also a fellow rebel that put a positive twist to it. I would say thus far in my life, the most huge examples of rebellion that I've seen like the youth use is just the rebellion of like choosing themselves, if that makes sense. I feel like for a lot of us zillennials, y'all, that's a new term that I made up. Let me know if y'all like it. But it's Gen Zers or millennials. We watched our parents choose stability over what they really truly love and want to do. And this generation is not having it with the generational curses, y'all. Like, I've seen the youth really stick up for their mental health. I've seen them choose themselves and what they genuinely want to do, even if it deals with having to leave their family behind. Like, if you're toxic, they cutting a cord on everybody, y'all. Like, it's crazy how much this generation really is having integrity with who they are and what they love to do. And I think that is one of the biggest signs of protesting that I've ever seen embedded into this day and age, because they're taking it beyond history. They know at this point who has led the way and paved the way for us, but now they're like, I want to be my own tastemaker and be about it, and this is how I'm choosing to do that. So I know genuinely working on myself and being better is the way I want to coexist with the world. That's the biggest way I've seen the youth protest, freelance, working a part of companies, and then looking at, corporate America and creating their own design and doing it freelance and getting big and just not shutting up. They're going to talk your ear off until you understand who they are. So I like to see that. That's appreciative.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So I'll share personal experience as well. What sparked me, well, I was very young, and I remember one of my uncles was going to the Million Man March. And I was pissed off that I couldn't go because I was the girl. He was explaining to me, Asia, it's for the guys, And I was just like, well, that's not fair. And then, they ended up coming up with the Million Women's March. And another moment, I went to performing arts school. And around the time that I was in high school, they were cutting a lot of arts funding. And that was the first time seeing an older generation, you know, my teachers and students join as one to fight for art. And it was just amazing. The news was out there. I mean, my teachers were turned up. They were getting arrested and everything. And I just was like, wow, this is going to be my life. I ended up going to Delaware State University. And I remember, I don't know if you guys remember the Gina 6 in the South, where, you know, they locked up 6 black kids for sitting under a white tree. And out of a lot of my peers, you know, you have your crew. And I'm like, y'all, we going to DC. We getting on a bus. None of them went. But I knew that there would be other students there. And how you talk about just finding your crowd and, you know, figuring it out. I took myself to that bus, and it was a crowd of students, and I knew I would know people. And we went out to DC, and we had a good time. I made lifelong friends from that one trip. But it was just so amazing to say, you know what? My girls don't want to go. It's all good. I'm still going to go, and I'm going to represent. And it was just, not to say that it was fun, because we're out there fighting for a cause, right? But you feel that energy when you're out in the field and you're actually doing the work. You're not tweeting about it. You're about it. And I actually had a police officer look at me and say, "You ready?" And I was like, "Oh, what he mean by that?" But I appreciated it, because at that moment I knew it wasn't a game. And at any given time, ish could go down, you know, and there's a possibility that I might get locked up out here. And it was just like, that was the spark for me. And I know we are like kind of pressed for time, but I just wanted to share that personal experience and also thank all of you guys. Yes, does anybody have any questions from the audience? Yes, help yourself. There's a mic there and over here. Oh, yes, ma'am. Would you like to start?
Yeah, I know I'm not a male myself, but I know when speaking just for our generation as a whole and coming to voting, to us, voting seems so outdated. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. There are so many opinions that are shared on social media daily that we don't even have to turn on some of these conglomerates to know exactly what's going on from a realistic point of view. There are so many people that carry their phones with them that have turned into freelance journalists, which is now trying the journalism industry. And now we're trying to figure out what's traditional and what's non-traditional and where is the non-traditional now heading. Voting has been such a square for so long. And no matter how many times you can vote and share your voice, there seems to not be a proper representative for our community in spaces and places that really matter the most. So if you're asking me as a fellow journalist myself, we have our journalists down in South Jersey in state houses, talking directly to the policy creators, sitting in on seminars and workshops, sharing their voices freely. And what they do with that information afterwards is they take it to the media outlets that are also Black owned to share the voices, to share the perspective, to share our gaze of what really matters to us. Right? So it's almost like we're skipping the voting polls and heading straight into the state house, talking to the ones who are creating the policies that impact us the most. So when it speaks to integrity in this zillennial generation, we're no longer trusting a piece of paper or the push of a button to properly determine who has the most number of votes. You will see us in the streets as our own vote. You will hear our voice and what we are demanding from policymakers and our government in person, because we're showing up, we're showing out, and we're leading by example the proper way, according to what journalism should be, according to what government should be. It's just more in a real life representation right now.
We have people on the side. They have to go next. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Monique Fletcher. I am the program manager at the Hub Arts and Trauma Center. And I'm going to kind of read off my phone because I don't want to forget. So I'm very big in the education space. I believe, me personally, I believe that education, if we give the proper education to our youth, we'll be able to change them and change the world. But I work directly with youth that have been told time and time again that they are trouble. That they can't do something, that they won't be able to do something, or that they pretty much have nothing to look forward to. So my question is, how can we ensure that we won't give up on them? No matter what, no matter how resistant they may be, and how can we continue that fight?
I've been a social worker for 24 years. So I've done experience so many stories that, you know, my youth come with. And one thing that a lot of my kids that I had on my caseloads explained to me was that, Ms. Benjamin, no matter what I did, no matter how many times I disrespected you, you never gave up on me.
Right.
You understand? So I think if you're passionate about it, if you're passionate about kids, which I am, you have to be there for them. You know, no matter what they do, whether it's, you know, they done murdered somebody or whatever, you know, you still got to show up. Because who else do they got when they already been abandoned by their parents or their other loved ones that nobody wants them in their house because they done burnt so many bridges. So it's just like you just have to just stick with it if you feel like it. If you're not, because I see some people, they just in the job just to collect a check. So you got to be passionate about kids. You got to be passionate about how you want their lives to go in the future. Because right now is just right now. They still have lives to live as they get older, 20s and 30s. You just got to make sure you stick with them.
Can I just clarify my question really fast? So, Ms. Benjamin, I'm going to be honest, I'm very much so boots on the ground. My kids are actually here with us today.
Oh, hi, kids.
Hi, kids. So, I mean, I'm asking the question not so much for myself, but for others. I know a lot of times we have people that come into our space and they ask like, oh, well, why do they say that? That's disrespectful. Or why are they talking to me like that? When in actuality, they just haven't been cared for the way that you and I apparently are caring for them. So how do we present the fight for them? Because a lot of times when we go to Washington, when we go to these like different places, they don't want to hear our kids, especially the kids that we've already quote unquote, or they've already, because I didn't do it, they've already forgotten about. How do we continue to push our education system?
Consistent in your fight.
That's a fact.
You understand what I'm saying?
Our education systems are trash.
Yeah.
So I'm going to continue that fight.
Mm-hmm.
But how can we then push for that fight to happen with those that may not see our vision, may not have those boots on the ground?
At that point, they have to push for themselves.
Oh, yeah, you see my kids.
At that point, I'm going to be real with y'all. It's no longer in somebody else's hands. Like, you can't let sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never, ever break you, right? So you have to understand when some of these wiser ones are projecting their fears and insecurities onto you. No one's really necessarily going to hold your hand along the way because your hand is attached to your body. No one can cut theirs off and give theirs to you, and you know how to work it in the same way. Y'all are unique in your own way. Y'all have your own purpose. So there is nobody ever on this earth who is going to be able to explain what you're here to do. You have to meditate. You have to pray to God. And you have to understand there are going to be some haters, okay? And some of them are wiser than you, and some of them are younger than you, but that is not going to stop y'all. I'm going to be real with y'all. You know, we have the ones that we can support and lean on that will support us, and they're gems. You have to value them, but you also have to understand why they're here, and they're here for you. So value your mentors and those that love up on you and give you that support. But after they support you for so long, there's no excuses. Excuses are the tools for the weak and incompetent. They build bridges and monuments of nothingness, and those that specialize in them are seldom capable of anything else. As long as you make excuses for why you can't support you, no one else will.
I'm going to ask that people be mindful that I know we have an engaging conversation, but it's one question, and the last person is the gentleman here, because we are on a time schedule, and I like to respect everybody, even the place that we're in, that so graciously gave us this, so I'm trying to stay on time. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Shanasia. Shout out to the Asias, period.
Hey.
I am an owner of Crown Nubian, healer, foreseer, everything up all around the board. First of all, the Robert John D. Rockefeller school system was not meant for us. It was meant for us to fail, Ashe, but we still prevail, Ashe. But how do we get to a point where we realize that we have to free ourselves from a system that was coming to sabotage us from the beginning? You know, there's a war coming. Like I said, I'm a foreseer. I've been seeing this dream happen since also my building 333 Bronx fire that happened 2 years ago. Cardi B, you know, gave money. I had a dream about that before it happened. It's coming. We're in a system where they're not teaching us what we need to do to survive. So we, you know, separating ourselves from our parents, maybe that is necessary, because once that comes, it's going to be a time where we're going to have to get pulled, because once we sign that birth certificate and give our children to the United States government, they're going to hold them as hostage to make sure that we do what we need to do. So at this point, talking about, you know, what's going on with these celebrities and stuff like that is really not going to get us anywhere. And the way how I talk, because I'm a wild card, a lot of people don't want to hear what I got to say because they're scared. But we really got to step it up, because they spend so much time getting us sick, right? Putting all these McDonald's and Checkers and all this in our system so that we can be slow and taking our weapons from us so we can't defend ourselves. It got to be a better tomorrow. So how can we get to the point that we relay that message like, hey, it's time to fight? Because our ancestors, when they came here, you know, and brought us here, but we was already here, they took our land from us and sold it back to us. I'm also from Choir Academy of Harlem. As you can see, the arts is taken away from us. We had to sing for the African burial ground downtown, and I was pissed that day, and I couldn't figure out why. And then I realized it's because the whole land is the African burial ground, not just that little piece of it, you know? My heart was crying, and I didn't even know why I was crying. So I'm pissed. You know, I'm mad, I'm angry, because sometimes I feel like what we really need to be talking about, how we can free ourselves from this system so that we can stay in there, like equity law and versus the man law. God's law overrides that law, but we don't know nothing about that. They have a system where our birth certificates is really supposed to pay for where we live and all that. We're not supposed to be stressed, but they sitting here taking that from us. How do we get to that where we learn how to take the money away from them? Because that's the only thing that's keeping them moving and keeping us depressed and keeping our people sick and all that. The hospital system is not meant for us. It's meant for us to continue to be sick. So how do we spread that message and get back into holistic health and care?
Oh, you go, first of all, okay? Like, we gonna be friends after this, okay?
I have a son, Majesty. Long are the days that I say, put your hands up when you see a police. I'm sorry, it ain't happening.
I'm a wild card too, and I say just keep being a wild card. Don't filter yourself. Was a time where, you know, I was so politically correct. on Instagram, and when I would be posting messages, I would get all the likes and things. When I started talking my ish, I was shadow banned, but there was always somebody listening. There was always people hitting me up in my DMs. Asia, when's the next this? Asia, what's that? How can I heal myself with this? What kind of herbs can I use? I don't take over-the-counter medicine. I say continue to be the wild card, continue to pop your ish because somebody's always listening, and then they encourage them to spread the word because each one teach one, you know what I'm saying? Encourage them to spread the word, but never change who you are. Somebody's always listening. Somebody's always paying attention. It might not be the biggest crowd that you want, but you can spark somebody like me who's a wild card and has a big mouth, and I'm going to go spread it to 100 more people. And then maybe 10 people out of that 100 go and spread it to 100 more, you know, and create your community. Like, we're not going to be for everyone. Some people going to think we crazy. Oh, here she go talking about go meditate and with her crystals and her herbs or whatever. Girl, be that crazy person. Somebody's going to be inspired. Somebody's going to listen. And yeah, I say don't change. Just keep doing it.
Guys, for listening.
Accountability is there too. Because as much as we talk about it, it doesn't make sense. If I see my sister, just because we just met just now does not make a difference, right? We could talk about it, but we have to hold each other accountable. Like someone asked me the other day, why do you think it is that, again, posing to your question, we are not able to move forward as this new generation? It's because the wiser ones don't trust us with the baton. If we see someone else doing wrong with the baton, 9 times out of 10, who's going to check you?
But at that moment,
because people walking around, who going to check me? I got my phone in my hand. I'm going live and talking about things that have nothing to do with where society is actually going. We need to be held accountable. Don't be afraid to mentor your mentees. Don't be afraid to be a brother or be that sister. It's gone way too long. We are the #1 consumers in this market as Black women, as Black people, and we do not create these products that we are investing in. They put our face, they use our culture, they use everything about us, studying us to a T just to get us to right where they want us to be. We have to see that manipulative factor. Okay, so accountability, accountability, accountability. If y'all see one of us suffering, please, all we need is the truth.
And instill that thirst for knowledge. Make sure you do that. Because once you start teaching yourself and reading for yourself, it only moves like a snowball and you just gather more and more. And that's going to be the greatest weapon you can have.
Hi, my name is Chuck Moss. I'm a filmmaker as well. I'd just like to congratulate the panel.
Thank you.
For being here.
Thank you.
The fact that we're here in this venue with this collective is clear. It's clear evidence that all of us here, no matter your age, we all have stepped onto the shoulders of those who have come before us. And some of the voices that I'm hearing have come from the people who have come before us. And as an OG, I'm happy to hand off the baton to folks who have the energy that you display today.
Thank you.
And so with that, I would like to say that I think we all understand the clear and present danger that we all face. And so I don't think anybody is really suggesting that our political system is perfect and that not voting is an answer to a question that hasn't been asked. But I think what we are hoping is that, as the panel has mentioned, that we can use voting as a complement, but giving it more gravity with the power that we have, which is our purchasing power. Just think for a moment, if there was a nationwide movement that was sparked by voices such as yourselves about what to buy, what not to buy, what kind of industries do we want to boycott? You bet your bottom dollar our vote would be courted in ways like never before. Because guess what happens? When people understand how money is being spent, that gets attention. So what I would encourage us to do is to understand the power that we have in our own hands, in our own wallets, to direct how we move from where we are now. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I just want to say a few things. Okay, when I started off, I would say
I'm
at 15
sorry.
years old.
Ma'am, I'm
Oh.
so sorry.
Okay.
But we really do have to cut it. I'm going to let Asia wrap it up, give her the opportunity to wrap it up, and then we'll break out.
Sorry about that.
luncheon.
I just
sorry.
want to thank you all for coming out, and thank you, panelists. Yes, let's just keep doing the work. And speaking on buying Black products, everybody check out We Buy Black online. They have Black toothpaste, Black dish detergent, Black everything. If you want to be one of those type of people, We Buy Black. I do, yes, let's support each other. If you're going to buy a house, buy from a Black realtor, a Black real estate agent. You know, support your people, show up, show out, and thank you all. Let's keep the conversation going on another day, and
Great
God
job.
bless.
Great
Thank
job,
you.
Asia. Great job,
Thank
panelists.
you.
Boy, you had it popping. Y'all got it lit in here, so yeah. And please, let's break. Take a picture. We're gonna break for some food. Come back by 2:15. Let's continue those lively conversations while we're eating and networking. And thank you. Thank you for the energy and the participation. Exactly. Just to shout out, Dinosaur Restaurant is from right around the block at 700 West 125th Street providing the food today. So we want to give them a shout out. And again, we'll be back at 2:15 for the second half.
So aren't we hearing this intergenerational conversation of two artists trying to help each other and support each other? Because that's what it's about. I don't want us to forget that what is the difference between a film festival? What are the differences? This is a Kwanzaa film festival. So it's about collective work and responsibility. It's about unity. It's about self-determination. That means that we sit next to each other. We talk to each other and we leave with someone's name. We find out how we can help each other and support each other, how we can go on Facebook and like, just do a little simple like, can be helpful. Because a lot of times when we go to get sponsorship, they don't see you all. They go on our Facebook page and they see who liked us, who's active on our space. Kwanzaa Film Festival is about having a call to action with the Kwanzaa principles through your art. It's not about what is what could be too. That call of action with purpose, creativity, faith, cooperative economics. As you saw, the two films we showed, if you look at the credits, they were both in each other's credits so that they can get their work done. So this Kwanzaa Film Festival is fun, enjoyable, and celebrating us, but it's also a task to say, how do I fit in as an artist? What can I do? How can I be not famous, but relevant? Because a lot of artists, they say, why are you still doing it? You didn't get famous. Was it about that? Or was it expressing the fact that God has instilled you with creativity to give it to someone else? Creativity is not just about you, it's about everyone around you. So I thank you for staying at this time. We're going to have a wonderful person come up. He's always there, he's always helpful. He's always been a part of the Kwanzaa Film Festival from the very beginning. I can always count on him at the last minute. And he really lives in the space of helping other artists grow. He's been an artist actually all his life, and I think we're all artists, but he has been working in art all his life. He's like one of the first Black males that were on television as a child. And I just want to say a little bit about him. Well, of course, welcome back to our second half of the symposium. It's with great pleasure that I introduce our master of ceremony for this segment, the talented and accomplished Julius Hollingsworth, an Emmy Award-winning actor, seasoned producer, vocal coach, and community activist. Julius brings a wealth of experience and passion to our event. Without further ado, let's continue our journey with Julius, guiding us through the next phase of the impactful symposium. Everyone welcome Julius Hollingsworth.
Blessed and highly favored. You all have God in us. I'll just start there, right? The quiet power. The quiet power that moves us to do the things that we know that we are blessed to move forward to. In the arts, I started off when I was 13 years old, so that's 54 years ago. At La Mama, for those of you who are in the arts. So I'd just like to say, we need to dig deep and do the relentless work to be an artist, but you also have to do something else. You have to be relentless and be willing to pray. Because if you do both, you get what is yours. Nobody has anybody else's gift, but we are all gifted. So with that in mind, I'm going to continue with the scheduled program. As we convene for the second half of our symposium, let's reflect on Maya Angelou's wisdom. In order to be a mentor and an effective one must care. You must care. You don't have to know how many square miles are in Idaho. You don't need to know the chemical makeup of blood or water. Know what you know and care about the person you are sharing with. Before delving into our next panel on this third day of Black History Month, we pay homage to a writer who seamlessly merged art with social justice. Ntozake Shange. Ntozake had a personal story that when you tell your unvarnished story, when you're willing to tell the raw truth, it connects to everybody. You may not agree with what their outcome is, but you will absolutely understand that it is the truth that they speak from their heart. So with that in mind, Ntozake Shange, through dance, music, and poetic dialogue, For Color Girls address the social issues faced by women and girls who have felt marginalized, traumatized, or unfairly judged for being women of color in an unforgiving world. Shange's words remain revolutionary. Telling the truth always does. Today, we are honored to welcome Khadija Muhammad, our third place winner of the Kwanzaa Film Festival Monologue Slam, to perform one of Shange's powerful pieces from For Colored Girls.
Mic check. Ever since I realized there was someone called a colored girl, an evil woman, a witch, or a nag, I've been trying not to be that and leave bitterness into someone else's cup. Come to someone to love me without deep and nasty smelling scald from lie, or being left screaming in a street full of lunatics, whispering, slut witch, witch nigger, witch Negro. Get out of here with all of that. I didn't have any of that for you. I brought you what joy I found. And I found joy. Honest fingers around my face with dead musicians on 78s from Cuba or $5 LPs from Chicago, where I have never been. And I love Willie Colon and Arsenio Rodriguez, especially because I can make the music loud enough. So there is no me but dance. And when I can dance like that, there's nothing could hurt me. But I get tired. And I have to come off of the floor. And then there's that woman who hurt you, who you left 3 or 4 times and just went back after you put my heart in the bottom of your shoe. You just walked back to where you hurt. And I didn't have nothing. So I went to where somebody had something for me. But he wasn't you. And I was on the way back from her house in the bottom of your shoe. So this is not a love poem, because there are only memorial albums available. And even Charlie Mingus wanted desperately to be a pimp. And I won't be able to see Eddie Palmieri for months. So this is a requiem for myself, because I have died in a real way. Not with aqua coffins or doo-wop Cadillacs. I used to joke about it when I was messing around, but a real dead loving is here for you now, because I don't know anymore how to avoid my own wet face with my tears, because I convinced myself colored girls had no right to sorrow. And I lived and loved and kept sorrow on the curb, allegedly, for you. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand being sorry and colored at the same time. It's so redundant in a modern world. Scene.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Khadijah. Wonderful. And I'm about to introduce the next facilitator of the next panel discussion, Mentoring for the Future of Health Care. Cheryl Simmons is the foremost front runner in the advocacy for health and social justice. She is the founder and CEO of Youth for Global Health and Social Justice, a 10-country initiative and United Nations partner that seeks to bring clean water and sanitation to forgotten communities in the United States and the continent of Africa. Her social entrepreneurship spans more than 25 years, and her dedication and commitment to furthering the cause for sustainable living equally for women and tireless community volunteering has impacted thousands of lives across many countries. Her passion and intrepid drive to take on risks to create positive social changes through disenfranchised communities have won her global recognition. She received the Kwanzaa International Film Festival Unity Award and the Sierra Leone Woman of Black Excellence Award. In 2023, she was elected chairperson for the International Committee on Women in Water, Energy, and Film. A United Nations collaborative of women thought leaders from around the world. She was also appointed technical advisor to the World Water Film Festival. Activists, other advocates for change, political and religious figures have embraced her as an original and authentic expression of love and humanity. Cheryl Simmons holds master's degrees in nursing, business administration, public health, a PhD in biomedical engineering. Her watchwords are the human right to clean water and sanitation must be more than just talk. Amen? Amen. So please, Cheryl Simmons, grace us with your presence.
Thank you, thank you. It has been a phenomenal day. Do you not agree? Okay, so first and foremost, on behalf of the panel that will be coming up shortly, I'd like to say thank you to Ina Norris and the Kwanzaa International Film Festival, Columbia University, and certainly all of the attendees and sponsors for allowing us this opportunity to share what we feel is an extremely important conversation. And, you know, we certainly are grateful that this is happening during Black History Month. So as we celebrate the history and the future of Black history, whatever we believe about ourselves and our ability comes true for us. I believe we share the world stage with others of greatness, regardless of their melanin or the lack thereof. The panel discussion, Mentoring for the Future of Healthcare, takes us out of the hospitals and out of the clinics and into the lives of those who have to navigate its systems. This platform is for participants who express their opinions about the value of mentorship and perhaps challenge each other around topics that provide value and insight into mentoring. Our topics today will include African American children with autism. Cultural divergence is a barrier described as a cultural phenomenon that impacts access to services for African American families of children with ASD. As a result, many African American families face culturally unresponsive and untimely access to early intervention. Jakia Lassenby is a parent of 2 autistic children, and she will discuss her family's journey to access. African American nursing students, the complexities and challenges Black nursing students experience inform how they navigate their educational pathway to success. Alienation can be compounded by experiences of anti-Black systemic racial discrimination and social isolation. Dr. Elaine Hill Lloyd will discuss from the perspective of a nurse educator and mentor the challenges these future Black nurses experience. Advocating for health equity. The COVID-19 pandemic has illuminated and amplified the harsh reality of health inequities experienced by racial and ethnic minority groups across the United States. Lack of equitable access to high-quality health care is in large part a result of structural racism in United States healthcare policy, which structures the healthcare system to disadvantage racial and ethnic minority populations. We will hear from Karen Jarrett, who fought to prevent the privatization of chronic dialysis care that would take the services away from hospitals in the city's poorest communities. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, firearm deaths continue to be a significant growing public health crisis in the United States. Young Black males have the highest firearm homicide rates and experience the largest increase in 2020. Stopping firearm violence now and in the future requires a comprehensive prevention approach focused on reducing inequities. Strategies should address the underlying physical, social, economic, and structural conditions known to increase firearm homicide and suicide risks. Some prevention strategies will be more immediate, and others will have more long-term effects. Mr. Kamal Patah is a testament to the power of passion, expertise, and unwavering dedication in preserving and deploying sacred traditions for the betterment of boys and young men of color and the communities that they serve. So if you would please welcome the panel for the future of healthcare. If you guys would please take your seats. Okay, and they are in almost a perfect order, but just a housekeeping note. We are filming this particular panel, for the nonprofit Youth for Global Health and Social Justice so that we have an opportunity to stream it with 10 countries around the globe. So we would ask, if you're going to exit the room during the panel discussion, if you would please climb those long stairs and exit through the back. And the panel is going to answer to the questions that we have, and we are also asking that you not respond during the recording, just for the sake of clarity for our little production here. So thank you so much for understanding and being a part of what it is that we will be sharing with our 10 countries, across the continent of Africa. Thank you. So my first question is for Jakia Lassenby. And Jakia, now I've known Jakia, she's also one of my mentees. I've known her all of her life. And I have to tell her story. I've known her when one braid was pointed down and the other braid was pointed up. So if I forget and say Kiki, just know it is my heartfelt term of endearment for her. So if you would please, Jakia, introduce yourself for us.
Hello, everybody. Thank you again for this opportunity. My name is Jakia Lassenby, also known as Kiki. I am a wife and a mom of 3 beautiful children. I have a 14-year-old daughter who is neurotypical, and my second children, Brenna and Dewan Legend, they are neurodivergent, meaning they both have autism spectrum disorder.
Thank you, Jakia. So if you would, take just a couple of minutes and define for us what ASD is.
So I talk to a lot of parents. Like I said, I'm a former educator of kids with disabilities, so sometimes the way I, explain stuff to my parents when they get a new diagnosis is not always the correct CDC term, right? So I know there are some doctors and educators in here, so I'm gonna read you all what the CDC says that autism is. So autism spectrum disorder is a neurological and developmental disorder that affects how people interact with others, their social and emotional skills, the way they communicate, the way they learn and behave. Just a recent statistic, currently 1 in 36 children in the United States are identified with having autism spectrum disorder. Their symptoms generally appear in the first 2 years of their life, and that's why it's described as a developmental disorder. A few of the complications of autism spectrum disorder are feeding issues, poor sleep, gastrointestinal problems, anxiety, depression, ADHD, epilepsy, schizophrenia, and bipolar disorder, and that's just to name a few. So, thank you.
Okay, Jakia, can you describe what was your line of work before you had the 2 children with ASD? What did you do?
So like I said, I was a former educator in Detroit before I relocated to Columbus, Ohio with my husband. That's where we decided to grow our family. But I was a special education teacher with Columbus City Schools. I worked with children with pretty much in a multiple disability unit. So I had children who were bipolar, who were diagnosed with emotional disturbances, who were listed as, mental retardation, like I said, autism. And so I started to feel burnout because I felt like, they weren't getting what they needed. I didn't have the support in the classroom. So I resigned and went corporate, and I became a training specialist for White Castle headquarters. And in that line of work, I was able to create corporate trainings, travel, go out into the field. And I would notice that when I was teaching this learning content, of course, it's corporate, so you're paid to go out in the field, teach a training, come back home. And the educator in me, it didn't sit well with me because I noticed that there were people in these training classes who had various disabilities. And so the knowledge content that I was giving out was not received the same way. And so I would speak to, the higher ups and the managers about the need for differentiated instruction. And so when that change didn't happen, I became a stay-at-home mom.
Excellent, excellent. And I hope as she moves her story along that you kind of see how, God was really setting a stage for her. So can you describe your 2 youngest children to us?
Of course. So Brenna, my 6-year-old, she is sensory seeking, but also sensory avoidant depending on her environment. Brenna has no fear, and sometimes for me that's amazing, and sometimes it's scary because Brenna has learned how to elope. So she runs out the house sometimes. So that's putting my neighbors on notice. That's passing out flyers with her pictures saying, hey, if you see this little girl, she belongs to us. She has learned how to unlock all the doors, remove all the Brinks locks. Brenna is happy and bubbly, and she loves Anita Baker, and she loves Stevie Wonder. She has learned how to hum the correct notes to different songs. Brenda is not potty trained. Brenda struggles with sleep. And so just to give you guys some insight, I went to bed at 3:30 this morning, and I woke back up at 4:30 to make it to the airport just because she wouldn't sleep, and I choose not to heavily medicate her. So I'd rather sacrifice my sleep than to put her on something that changes her personality. Brenda finally started preschool, and so she is learning how to engage with other kids, and she is reciprocating hugs and kisses, and she knows when to give them to me exactly when I need them. But also on the other side of that, Brenda is nonverbal. She's non-speaking, and so when she cannot be understood or she's dysregulated, Brenda will find a hard surface and bang her head. So she's self-harming. Dewan Legend is 3 years old. He's my only son. I have 2 daughters, but I don't know, that boy mommy love is so different. My daughters don't be studying me. They love their daddies, but he just, it's a different type of love, you know? But he's opposite from Brenda. He is a loner. He doesn't really care about the techie iPad stuff. He loves to read. He'll go sit in the corner and grab a book and mouth stuff, and think he's reading, you know, a whole chapter book. So he loves the effective behaviors. I can't think of the whole title, but he reads like college level stuff, he thinks, you know. He is very photogenic. My husband always keeps him super fly, so he knows, you know, once he's dressed, he'll go like pose for like his little Instagram page. He loves the camera. But my son struggles with the gastrointestinal issues from autism, and so probably a week out of every 2 months we're in the hospital because he cannot use the bathroom. And so I am fighting for a motility doctor right now because everything gets stuck in his colon. And so, you know, that's one of the issues, unfortunately, that we have to deal with. But aside from that, he is loving and bubbly, and he loves bubbles, and he's just my kid who'd rather, you know, be alone. He's not really sensory seeking. He's scared of heights. So when Brenda's like on stuff, he's like, like trying to warn her to get down, you know. But they provide 2 different things, you know, to me and to our household, and they teach me so much. And that's the thing about the autism spectrum disorder. No 2 cases are the same. You know, they are very unique in their own way, and so they're teaching me how to communicate without words. And so it's really me learning them and continuing to learn how they grow and how they reach their milestones.
Thank you. So if we keep in mind how she just described these beautiful children, we now want you to describe your barriers to services.
Okay, so this one's touchy. I'm like shaking all over again. The most recent barrier I had to face was really just yesterday. My current battle is with the Social Security Administration. Brenda's application was submitted January 23rd of 2023. As of yesterday, we just received an approval. Some way, somehow, an adjudicator changed the date from January to August. So now all the back pay that I was supposed to receive from a year ago, I won't receive a full year of back pay. They'll only backdate it to August, and I still won't see that for another 6 months. But just the way that they talk to parents in this space, it's disrespectful. It is almost like you're being looked down on or, you know, looked upon. And I recently found out, because I'm always online, because this information is not given to us, especially when you look like me and when you look like us. Everything that I really am finding out or resources out there is because I stay in people's faces, and I'm always online, I'm always on the phone, I'm always reading some pamphlet, or I'm going out to areas where there's money, and I'm reading what's out there available to them, and I'm calling people, and I'm staying on people. But my 6-year-old was diagnosed 3 years ago, and I'm just receiving stuff like diapers because she's not potty trained, right? But To sum it up, I was on the phone with her adjudicator because I found out about something called presumptive disability. And the example that they give is if a child has autism and they are listed as completely non-speaking or non-verbal, that adjudicator can pretty much file a presumptive disability, and that would allow funding to start for that child right away. So I played it cool. I'm talking to our adjudicator. Yeah, thanks, Josh, for everything you do. We appreciate you, you know. And I said, can I ask you something? Are you familiar with presumptive disability? He said, oh, yeah. Thank you. We just had a training about that about a week ago, so thanks for refreshing my memory. I said, well, can you tell me what it is? Because I recently, you know, heard about it too. He said, let me get my notes. Okay, cool. So he comes back to the phone and he's reading off and he says, so the example that they gave in my training was if there is an accusation that somebody has autism and they're non-speaking, we can do this thing called presumptive disability. Even if we're, you know, wrong about it, there's no consequence for us. He said, so they're not, you know, totally for it, but they're not against it either. I said, okay. Number one, I don't want you to use the term accusation. It's not an accusation. This is what it is. Secondly, why didn't you do it for Brenna? He said, do you want my honest answer? I said, always. He said, to be honest, and he laughed. I forgot. And I lost it in the most professional, right? In the most professional way. But 3 hours of my day yesterday were spent on the phone with Social Security, on him, higher ups, everybody. And they basically ended the call with, you should be happy because he submitted his report and she got approved. But there's still no money in the account. I still have to wait until March 1st for them to release the payment. And the thing is this, and this is what we still have to go through. Because he did not submit presumptive disability for Brenna, I had to go sit in another 2-hour evaluation for somebody to go over the list of all the things my child cannot do. On paper, she is cognitively 2.5 years old. That is gut-wrenching for me to keep sitting in meetings. For you to tell me, yes, she can't speak, yes, she's 2, yes, she doesn't know what a cup is on paper, yes, she can't identify stuff, when you could have simply filed a piece of paper. And that's the constant fight that we are in. And he says, I'm going back and it's kids, hey, I could have did it for this kid. And it was so nonchalant. But that is why the work that I am, you know, starting to do is so important. So the battle is definitely with these systems, with Social Security, with Medicaid, with insurance, with everybody. That's all.
Thank you, Kiki.
Thank you.
You know, and absolutely. As we're hearing her story, I think for me, the most important thing for us to keep in mind, for those of us who do not have a child who is autistic, who do not have a child that requires these services that they are automatically entitled to, if we look at the statistics, when things like this happen, we see them happening in larger numbers in communities of color. So as we looked at the number of children that have been clinically diagnosed with autism in communities of color where these children are most statistically found, these are the children who are not getting the services. It is for all of us, regardless of the health status, the mental status of our children, we have to be all for one. And when we don't do that, then we leave parents like my Kiki out there to struggle and fend for herself. So as we listen, let it move something inside of you that at the end of this discussion, you take the time to stop by and see Kiki and say, we got you. We got you. We may not understand it. We may never be impacted by it. But why wait? Are you waiting for your child to have a child that is impacted? Are you waiting for best friend's child? What are we waiting for? My last question for you, Kiki, is because the crux of what we're discussing today, how are we preparing the next generation? How are we mentoring them so that they can join the fight, so that Kiki's babies, your babies, because maybe you don't know anybody today, why do we wait? So what would, because I know that it was difficult for you to find the services and to research, and there's something that you decided to do that now makes you a mentor for other mothers that are going through this. So if you could talk about that and the impact that you feel that mentorship will have on a next generation of advocates for children with ASD and beyond.
So for starters, I was someone who never advocated for myself, right? So Dr. Simmons, like she said, knew me since I was small. I always opened my mouth to sing, but never to speak, right? And that was never to speak up really for myself. So as a kid, I always spoke up when other kids were, being treated unfairly or they left them out. Or I'm like, I'll come play with you, that type of person, always advocating for somebody, but never for myself. And so my kids have taught me to open my mouth, and every day I get up and I am, of course, their mother, but I am a caretaker of 2 children who literally lost their voice. And so when you're raising these kids who were speaking and calling my name and calling my husband's name and asking for what what they wanted, and for one day it to just go away, it's heartbreaking, And so I pray every day to be able to hear their voices again. Oh, I'm sorry. But I also ask God to help me navigate a space that, if that is not His will, then to help me be okay with that, right? But I learned so much from them. And the first place of advocacy that I learned from them was being able to open my mouth when I felt like the doctor wasn't listening. And I am so happy to see now, we are finding Black doctors and advocating for our health care. And I love that, because 3 years ago, Brenda missed out on early intervention because her doctor wouldn't listen to me. And I'm like, I know you on the medical side, but I teach kids like this every day. And I'm telling you, my kid don't talk no more. She ain't said mama in 3 weeks. She ain't said daddy. She ain't said cup. She won't even pick up a spoon no more. And she starts telling me, well, kids go through these phases and they develop in their own time. And at the time, I was somebody different. And so I didn't go find a new doctor, and I beat myself up about that every day, because I'm like, what would early intervention have done for her, And by the time I got it and I pushed for the referral, because it seemed like they always respect you when you act the fool. They never respect when you're professional and educated, right? And so by the time they signed Brenda up for early intervention, she had 2 months before she turned 3. And they basically was like, we're not coming out to your house. It's a waste of time. She'd be 3. Put her in preschool. So if I had somebody mentoring me at the time or helping me navigate this space at the time, I probably would have looked for another doctor. I probably would have got services for Brenda 3 years ago. And so the Social Security 3 years ago, she's 6 now. And so when I read that question, and I'm gonna wrap it up, it was twofold for me. And so I'm gonna read you guys what I wrote about the importance of having a mentor and being a mentor in this space now. And so, Having a mentor in this space would be beneficial because there was so much that I didn't know, only being on the educational side of disabilities. And now that I am on the parental side, especially raising African American children with autism spectrum disorder, I experienced the disparities of resources, the constant fight, and even sometimes, having to fight for information about my kids when I need to send referrals off or like I said, get diapers for them. And so having someone to have my back, you know, at that time where I didn't feel alone would have been crucial. But now I feel like I get to wear a different hat, you know? And like I said, I've always advocated for other people, even as a child, and people being treated unfairly and senior citizens. But as an adult, I ran away from this calling, and I tried so much stuff in corporate America. And like I said, I always knew, God told me when I was like 10, I was supposed to work with kids, y'all. But I just felt like being a teacher, it wasn't enough money. And that was being honest. It wasn't enough money. I didn't like the politics of it. So I tried, you know, digging deeper in corporate America. I got so many degrees in so many different things. I could be a chef. I can go do hair. I can be a surgical technologist just because I was running away from what I was really supposed to do. I'm 6 classes away from an MBA and don't want to run nobody business, y'all. And so I really, thank you. But I know now is that's the reason I felt unfulfilled, because I was chasing stuff that I wasn't supposed to do. But I know now that as a mentor in this autism community, a community that I didn't choose to be a part of, right? But I'm so honored to advocate for, and I just want to put everybody on notice that I'm the interruption to all of these systems, to the fight that everybody behind me coming up or they getting a diagnosis and don't know what to do. I am the interruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiki. We're going to move on to the policy side. So Karen Jarrett, if you could introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me? Is the mic on? My name is Karen Jarrett. I'm the partner and co-founder of Kmart Strategic Solutions, which is my brand new consultant firm. But before that, I spent the better part of a decade and a half organizing as a trade unionist for healthcare unions with a primary focus on public sector healthcare. So I represented attending physicians, nurses, both in New York and in New Jersey. And my last position in the union was as the political director for the New York State Nurses Association. And I had a recent stint as the director of field organizing for the New York Civil Liberties Union.
Thank you. Can you give us some examples of your greatest challenges working with healthcare unions?
There's several. I'll just, the level of bureaucracy that you find sometimes in healthcare unions mimics the bureaucracy of the hospital. And so sometimes it's difficult to move through some of those large bureaucracies as not just a staff person, but as a union member. And so that's one of, I think, has been kind of true across the board with the different unions that I've worked for. Just being able to move through the bureaucracy of the union to get the resources you need to run the campaigns that you want to run is difficult. But the other thing is that healthcare workers work very, very hard. They work 12-hour shifts. Attending physicians work 12-hour shifts. Nurses work 12-hour shifts, as you well know. Residents work 12-hour shifts, and it's a lot of work. And so finding them after a 12-hour shift or before to have conversations are not easy. Finding folks who have the interest or just have the actual energy to give in addition to. what they already are working at the hospital is not easy. And then I would say the third largest challenge that I've found over the course of 20-something years working as a trade unionist and organizer is that there is competing interests, always. As a union rep, you know, my traditional understanding of what a union rep is, you know, we're gonna help you get your pension, we're gonna help raise your salary, and every couple of years we'll negotiate a contract, right? And so understanding why we need to go deeper, harder, further, faster, stopping privatization of services, making them continue to be public hospitals and available for all folks, right? As opposed to when there's more of the competing interest to develop capital from healthcare is a difficult thing even inside of unions to overcome. So I would say those probably are my top three.
Excellent. You know, and as I was reading some of the wonderful accomplishments that you had, you know, I have this question for you. Why is it important to encourage from within the membership to run for political office?
It's extremely important, I believe, and I've come to that view after, again, at least the first 10 years in my career, that we needed to spend the next 10 encouraging members, people who work with and around healthcare, to run for office. And so I spend a lot of time as the political director doing that. But they're closer to the problem. They're right there at the bedside. They're right there in the office filling out the paperwork. So when the budget cuts come down, when there is a priority of profits over healthcare, nobody knows that more and feels that more besides the patients, which is mostly us, than the nurses and the doctors and the other healthcare workers. I don't mean to leave out any particular, but my experiences with nurses and doctors. They understand it more, and they also know how to get to that solution quickly in a way that, no offense if there's an elected official here, in a way that the majority of elected officials that we know don't know. They don't have it. And then oftentimes when you're working a 12-hour shift, you don't understand the power of your own voice. You really don't. And so being really intentional about teaching people the power of their own voice, and part of that power is, you know, Medicaid cuts, the cuts that you're having, that's all run by policy. Who writes policy? Legislators. We're having a problem with Social Security. Every election, every 4 years, whoever's in power wants to overturn or cut or kill or get rid of Social Security or pensions or benefits. And who feels it knows it. And healthcare workers feel it and they know it. And so I'm sorry if I'm going on a little longer, but no, I think it's crucial. It's absolutely crucial. And I've learned over the course of time, it's absolutely crucial to teach people the power of their own voice and what they can achieve and accomplish if they're the ones writing the laws, holding the pen. If they're the ones writing the laws and holding the pen to the people.
Absolutely. And I know while we were preparing for this discussion, and I was talking to Karen about that very thing, you know, if we are not sending people who are experts in what we're talking about, you know, I am not going to call, you know, somebody that lays carpet, and I discover that I have a brain tumor, and because they are an excellent carpet layer, that they can remove my brain tumor. So I don't even need to have that conversation. And to bring it closer to home, if you will, you know, I had the wonderful opportunity to work with Dr. Joycelyn Elders when she was the U.S. Surgeon General. And when she's sitting in Congress before, now you know I'm going to go there, right? And she's sitting before a panel of men who are deciding when girls, teenage girls, should be prescribed birth control pills. And when Dr. Joycelyn Elders stood before these men folk in Congress, and she said, I am no longer going to sit here and listen to men who do not have a uterus to tell me what to do with mine. You are not qualified. So, you know, as we look at our elected officials, you know, and because we recognize the name, but we chose not to do the research to see if they are qualified to do that job, we have to do a tiny important thing. It's called read. We have to know what we're doing, or it is our communities. It is our communities that will continue to suffer. I have one last question for you, Karen. How can mentoring healthcare workers who are running for political office, because we know politics is not an easy thing, it is not for the faint of heart. So how can mentoring healthcare workers running for political office encourage and better prepare them?
I had a couple of things I want to say, but I also want to start by saying I'm here in this room, in this space, because of a mentor of mine who was one of the few very passionate women that I met, thank God I met her, in the trade union movement, who actually cared about our community. She worked for 1199. She was a retiree of 1199. I don't know if she's here, but I just want to say shout out to Miss Patricia Harris, or Pat Harris as I call her. And she's the reason. I found a kindred spirit. And I was like, oh, Karen, you're doing too much. You're carrying on. We won. Let's move on to the next campaign. Let's move on to the next contract. Pat was like, I understand why you care so much. I understand why you need to do it, and let's figure out how we work these things together. So I did want to say that, because she's the one who said, Karen, come talk to my good friend Ina Norris about showing up on this panel for mentorship. Yes, I'm here because of a mentor of mine, so I wanted to not let that go unsaid. But mentoring in the healthcare field, and particularly in the trade union field, I have two pieces of this, right? One for healthcare workers, which doctors going to tell you a little bit about and how important that is. But mentoring in general for me has been important because I went into the trade unionist movement when I was in my early 20s, and I mean like 23. And so you can imagine, I'm from New Jersey. There was not many that looked like me some 30-some years ago. And so what I wouldn't have given to have somebody understand who I am in the community for which I came from and how important it was for me to care as much as I did. I mean, we won campaigns because we didn't stop organizing. And so having a mentor like Pat Harris who understood that drive, who cared enough and knew where the pitfalls were to sort of stop me from getting fired sometimes when I did a little too much. And it happens because, you know, there are competing interests in this work. One of the things I will say is that mentorship is really important for healthcare workers as a counterbalance, particularly when they're running for office. There's a foundational balance that you have to have a space or a safe place to go with a person who understands, who knows your struggle, who knows your fight. And if you can be that for somebody, it is really important because speaking of competing interests, running for political office is no joke. And people will come at you for all different ways and means, and sometimes you don't see them coming. And you need that person. You need that mentorship as a foundational balance to go back to and a safe place to go when it all gets too much and you forget why you actually started this work to begin with, which has happened. And so I always encourage folks to be that person for them, even if it's a phone call late at night when everybody else is sleeping. But also, it is really important and really crucial. I would not have had a 20-plus year career in community organizing and advocating if I didn't meet a Miss Patricia Harris. I would have burnt out quick. I would have not made it because there was nobody that looked like me when I started, nobody that understood my drive because of the communities that I came from. And so these things are super important. And if you're running for political office, it's 3 times more important to have those people. And again, foundational balance from whomever that person is, whether they're a candidate or a healthcare worker or a healthcare worker that's going to be a candidate. So.
Thank you. Excellent, excellent. Okay, our next panelist, Dr. Elaine Hill-Lloyd. So if you could introduce yourself, another one of my babies, by the way.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Elaine Lloyd, also known as Dr. E. I am from Detroit, Michigan. The D, what up, though? I work at a community college, and I also am the creator and founder of NAMUSE. It's an LLC. NAMUSE stands for Nurse and Educator who uplifts, supports, NAMUSE, mentor, uplifts, supports, and empowers. And my mission is to create a space for inclusion and belonging for any students that feel like they perceive that they can't reach their barriers because they feel like they're caged in. CAGE stands for because they feel like they have barriers because of culture, age, gender, ethnicity, and disability.
Thank you, Dr. E. So can you tell us a little bit more about your current job position as a nurse educator?
I am at a community college where for about 10 years I was the only African American nursing faculty that was there. And so 80% of the students in the classroom are white, and then the other 20% are African American. And so working there, I remember one time I was in the lab and a young man came up to me and he was just staring at me. And I was asking him if he needed help with skills. And he said, "You're a doctor?" And I said, "Yes, I'm a doctor." He said, "Thank you." I said, "Thank you, why?" He said, "I've never seen a Black doctor." And so being there, I felt like I had to do something different. And when I first started working there, I used to go with my suits on and my heels on and my blazers on, but then I wasn't being my authentic self. And so now I go on my top 10s. I pay Biggie Smalls in the classroom, and we get it in. And so the students, is crazy because the Black students, they raise their hand. They're like, "What, Dr. Lloyd?" I'm like, "Yes." And then I teach to the heart. And so I teach with a lot of different pedagogies in the classroom to make sure that I include everyone and just not the 80%.
Wonderful. Okay, there is a phrase that unfortunately winds itself through the nursing profession. So I'm going to ask Dr. E to explain what is meant by the phrase, "nurses eat their young."
It is very true. Nurses do eat their young. They're not supposed to, but what ends up happening is when you have nurses who are senior nurses, they've been nurses 30, 40 years, they do things the way that it's always been done, and then you get the new nurses with the new research that comes in, and they are trying to do the things the right way. And when trying to merge that, oftentimes there are different, there's a lot of pushback. And then also when we look at the nursing, look at the amount of people who are in nursing. So there are 52 million nurses nationally, but only less than 7% who are Black. So when somebody who is Black, when they're trying to actually express themselves, and you know, sometimes we have strong personalities, it doesn't mean that we are trying to be disrespectful, but they can take it that way because we're angry Black women. Or if you get a 6-foot tall man who's talking. We just had this not too long ago, last week, where a Caucasian faculty member said that he was being disrespectful, and she felt afraid of him. And so we had to have a conversation with him, and he was just very like, "She's not going to disrespect me." And so one thing that I try and do with my students is I try to let them know I was a person who, my nickname back in the day was Suge Knight. I used to fight all the time. I got kicked out of high school. Get kicked out of code, you have to go to reference. So I told them we have to learn how to code switch. We have to learn how to actually talk to them in a way that they can receive us. And so just trying to teach that to my students is something that's very, very important.
Excellent, excellent. You know, and I have to say, you know, I had not, when I was in nursing school, you know, heard that phrase, but I do know, you know, back in the day, you know, when I went to Michigan State on a covered wagon, that as they put together, you know, our 4-year plan for nursing school, the few Black nurses, we met with a separate counselor and they geared our curriculum to span 5 years, not 4, 5 years. What they didn't mention was that you were going to run out of financial aid at the end of 4. So how many nurses were going to complete the program? But the all other nurses had a 4-year curriculum. Back when I was at Michigan State, there was nothing and nobody for us. So, you know, I just wanted to say that, you know I get it, and it was a big reason why, you know, I left, you know, bedside nursing. You know, I think you know, my other nurses, they can take it better, but, you know, when you go in a room and you hear a patient say, oh, why did they send you? I don't want a black nurse. Or when you come in, you are automatic, oh, are you housekeeping? You need somebody at the end of the day that's going to say to you, you know what, you're better than that, and walk in there with that attitude. So now that I've said your part, how can mentoring impact the lives of student nurses?
I'll say that either we as educators, either we can uplift someone or we can crush their dreams. I can remember a story. Told you I was bad, so I dropped out of high school at the age of 17 and had my daughter. And I went through a traumatic event where her father shot himself in front of us. He survived, but I was going to night school. And so I was in class, and I guess I was in a daze. And the teacher came over to me. I still have the piece of paper from September of 1988 where he said, whatever's going on in your life, you can do it. And I still have it. Because that little paper, I still look for him, Mr. Williams. I still look for him at Redford High School, and I had some friends trying to find him too, because that little letter brought me so far. And so that's what I think about. It's just like, you never know. In my classroom, I never know who's going through what, but I need to assess and be able to tap on and say, your energy is different. Is it something that I need to talk to you about? Do you need to talk to me about something? I also share my story with my students as well, because usually when I come to class and I'm teaching and I have this knowledge, they think that I just have it all together, but I share with them that just because I have all of these degrees, I went through a lot, and I share it with them, so then it gives them the opportunity to be open and transparent with me as well.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to introduce to you our next panelist. You have to agree that so far these panelists have come with full power. So you gotta be wondering, what is Mr. Kamal Patah gonna bring? So hold on to your seats. Mr. Kamal Patah, can you introduce yourself, please?
Absolutely. Greetings, family. My name is Kamal Patah, and I currently serve as the founder and executive director of my organization called Akobin Enterprise, which is a consultancy that partners with schools, social service agencies, community centers to help support in helping communities identify, claim, and begin to live a certain mission through the indigenous spiritual technology known as rites of passage. So we help to create rite of passages and customize them for learning communities. And I'm also partnered with the Coalition of Schools Educating Boys of Color, and we go through school districts in providing a rite of passage experience for men with the outcome expectation for them to serve as rite of passage facilitators for their school communities and communities at large, right? And so my mission is, in short, is to help people to actualize their own mission in life through this ancient, spiritual, indigenous technology known as rites of passage.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. I spoke earlier about the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention assessing the gun violence in this country as a health crisis. Do you think that that's a fair assessment?
I would say so.
And why would you say that?
You know, part of the issue around gun violence is the mentality that creates and the conditions that create someone to be violent, right? And then in the work of really recognizing the deep self-hatred and the fear and the conditions that create and continue to birth that kind of a mentality, these are some of the byproducts of that experience. Between miseducation, and we're in Black History Month, where there was Dr. Carter G. Woodson says, if you can control a man's thinking, you can control his actions. So what about our journey and our narrative has us thinking that we are the enemy of ourselves, other than being in spaces, in structures of white fragility? I won't call it supremacy, but the fear of people being able to actualize who it is that they are and live from a place of their highest aspirations, and the intentional way of being able to suppress that, right? And so in doing that, there is not a lack of an opportunity for someone to really be able to identify who it is that they are, whose they are, identify a mission in life, and even dare to envision a legacy that goes beyond the time frame and space reality that we currently live in, right? And so I would say, you know, a part of that, it comes from, you know, the navigation of what all of these narratives have been talking about, which is, and I'm no way a victim, but the truth of the matter is that we are in a society that has created certain kind of conditions based off of the dynamics of race and class.
Excellent, excellent. In your work, you know, and specifically with your young Black boys, what are some of the barriers that you find in moving your program forward?
Well, the barriers are the lens in which, you know, there is a projection of the image of who Black boys are, right? And so in doing this work, right, Dr. Naeem Akbar said it best, right? He said, Black manhood is a declaration of war in our society. Just the notion and the idea of what it means to come into manhood is a threat, right? And so this is the full court press, the blitz that is on a Black male child from the time that he is born. And the first socialization and educational experiences that have been formal speak to that notion, where it is that you see suspension rates in pre-K and kindergarten because of a way of expressing themselves, right? It was a conversation earlier with, you know, this whole notion of the special ed, and based off of learning styles and cultural styles, of how some of just our natural ways of being become under attack as threatening or disruptive, right? And so that doesn't sound necessarily like an issue with the child. It sounds like an issue with the curriculum and the methodology or the pedagogy that's being used, right?
So now I'm going to ask you, Mr. Patah, if you were selected to do a commercial about mentoring, what would it look like?
Right. First, I would challenge the notion and the concept of the term mentoring or mentor, right? And I know that we're here for altruistic understandings in the highest level of what we know to be mentoring. But if we look at Greek culture and the time that the term was birthed, that we would have huge concerns around a child being associated with a mentor in that culture based off of some of the abuse and sexual abuse that were taking place as a norm, a part of their initiation processes. So I am one who, in the spirit of self-determination, which means defining ourselves, naming ourselves, creating for ourselves, and speaking for ourselves, choose to use the word jegna. And jegna is an Amharic term that comes from Ethiopia that means the embodiment and the highest expression of a people's virtues, principles, and practices in an adult relationship as an educator with a child. It's a person who goes through tested and tried battles and has overcome that. It's a person that's willing to live, kill, and die for their community. It's a person who has made the ultimate sacrifice to be of service. That's a jegna, and I think that we tap into a higher sensibility and potentiality in what we're attempting to achieve if we embrace some of our concepts and terms that predate, our colonization and enslavement. So in the spirit of that, I would like to, put a call out to all of the jegnas and to be able to invite you to be a divine guide for our children and helping them to cultivate their identity, because our identity determines our activity, and helping them to be able to cultivate the brilliance, the genius, and the intelligences and the sensibilities for them to live a life that encourages them to know thyself and know their power. And an expression of the great words of Listervelt Middleton, I would like for you to repeat after me. Sharpen your eyes.
Open your eyes.
Tune your ears. So you know what you see.
What you see.
Understand what you hear.
Understand what you hear.
Minute by minute. Hour by hour.
Hour by hour.
As we know our story.
We know our story.
We know our power.
We know our power.
Come be a jegna.
Excellent, excellent. And without having a conversation about my book, Made to Mentor, Living, Loving, and Leading by Example, you said that. And part of the challenge in my book, when it comes to mentoring, plenty may come, but few are actually called. And in the book, as I talk about the things that I went through in my life that I think qualify me to be a mentor, because it took tremendous sacrifice, it took tremendous transformation to get to this point. You can't be my mentor and you can stand up and say, I've never had to go through anything in my life. Life has been so easy. Well, first of all, I now know that I can't trust you, because if you already said you have 5 children, I know what childbirth is like. And I can't see anybody standing up and say, I haven't been through anything. You gotta go through something. The challenge has got to be there. The sacrifice has got to be there. So I want to read just a small excerpt from my very first book, Made to Mentor, Living, Loving, and Leading by Example. Made to Mentor is for women, mentors, and mentees, offering keys to knowledge, sharing with open hands and hearts by creating resources that others can use to perform better, deepen their knowledge, and gain new insights again and again. Each chapter includes a scripture that aligns with the topic. Paul told Timothy, all scripture is inspired by God and is profitable for teaching, for rebuking, for correcting, for training in righteousness, so that the woman of God may be complete, equipped for every good work. Each chapter of Made to Mentor includes 3 parts: living, sharing my life lessons, loving, giving from my heart, leading, providing specific insights and information. Mentorship can provide numerous benefits for mentors and their mentees. Developing this relationship can help both of you learn new things, build your networks, and grow as professionals. Understanding these benefits can help you decide whether to find a mentor or to become one. Mentoring is indeed a daunting task, and imposter syndrome is common enough. However, it is important to keep in mind that all beginnings are small. Experts were not always experts. They too started with small steps. In a successful mentoring relationship, it is not only the mentor that gives. It is a reciprocal give and receive relationship. In the end, all parties benefit in the spirit of growth and personal development. Made to Mentor will help you to establish a successful mentoring relationship and maintain it. My gratitude for my mentors is without end. I have stood on the shoulders of remarkable giants whom I aspire to emulate. More than anything, I pray that by the grace of God, I am the kind of mentor who is living, loving, and leading by example. I want to thank you. Before we close, I certainly want to acknowledge another form of mentoring, and that's organizational mentoring. And I have a wonderful friend who has flown in from Detroit that is a partner organization to Youth for Global Health and Social Justice as we advocate for clean water and sanitation as a human right for everybody. My wonderful partner from the Flint Water Lab in Flint, Michigan, Mr. Michael Harris, if you just stand so that they can. And certainly, the Flint community was the community that certainly turned on the spotlight for the water crisis in this country. Where, those who didn't live in Flint and look like the residents of Flint, to shorten it, poisoned a community of Black people. Michael Harris, lost a granddaughter in that poisoning. But he still rolled up his sleeves and said, I'm going to continue this fight. Built the first independent water lab in the country. Too many of us remember the Tuskegee the Tuskegee experiment. So it's time for us to start building our own. I went to, and because we're paranoid about what's offered to us, doesn't mean that we can trust y'all. We have to become independent thinkers and doers. We can't be like the mother bird who goes out and gets the food and she chews it up and then throws it up in the baby's mouth. Let's go get our own food and start chewing it. And respecting, I can't fault Mike because they built the lab before Youth for Global Health did. Let's partner because Flint Water Lab, even though they're making incredible strides in expanding, to other communities, even in Mississippi, where they are also being poisoned. Organizations can mentor one another. We know a lot over at Youth for Global Health, but we don't know what the Flint Water Lab knows. So together we're stronger. We've got to, we can't be, continuously the crabs in a barrel. Mike, what you guys know over at the water lab, can we send some samples over there? Because we're way over on the continent of Africa where the resources that the Flint Water Lab has, we don't have. We don't have time to build it, and we know you've already got it. So organizational leadership is also powerful. So on behalf of this dynamic panel, I thank you guys for doing your homework because I sent it out. Thank you for doing your homework and presenting and doing such a phenomenal job. I love you all, and I've learned so much today. So through the tears, through the calls to action, to understanding how important, how powerful mentorship is. Let's get more mentors qualified to prepare our future for healthcare folk who will take care of us. We've had enough of y'all taking care of us. It's time for us to take care of us. I went to a speaking event, and there was a Jewish rabbi, and he said, I love my black sisters and brothers. He said, but what I don't understand is the way you do things economically. He said, in the Jewish community, we are not going to buy anything outside of our community unless it just is not there. So why are we not doing the same? Again, I'm from Detroit. I'm a Motor City girl. But I cannot find one black gas station. I can't find one community grocery store where we can pick up a few items. I can't find a black nail salon. So, I just cut mine off. I'm good. Where are our people doing our work, and where are we supporting them? We run from our friends and turn to our enemies. When and let's get some customer service going. You cannot, I cannot go, to a black boutique and they sell me a pair of pantyhose and it costs enough for them to pay their house note because I can go to the dollar store. So we can't be, penny wise and pound foolish. Don't take advantage of me. So you're absolutely right, my sister, absolutely right. But, each one teach one. Each one teach one. So we're going to close now. Our time has been well spent, and we thank you for that. We thank the Kwanzaa Film Festival. If you could just give this beautiful, beautiful panel another hand. And you know what? If my sister Ina Norris could just stand up, and if we could just give her a hand. So we will take our seats now. Thank you again.
I'm going to say it in front so that you understand what I'm going to say.
We got to get our official closing, so if we can wait just 1 minute. Oh, a picture of the panel. Okay, I'm running the thing.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna. Miss Cheryl Simmons, I just wanted to say this to you. Wayne State, amazing university. Lloyd Richards, who we're getting ready to honor, is also from Wayne State. He was. We'll talk about that later. Okay, but our next. Our next, go ahead.
Collective work and responsibility. A lot of times people come from various places, and when we get to the end, then everybody leaves. And we have a young lady, if you could just sit down, and she's come far to perform. She's doing one song. If we could just be quiet and sit down and let her do her performance. And I hope she's still in the room. Is she in the room? Yes. Sabrina, I'm right here. Is she here, the performer? Is she ready? Okay. So in the meantime, he can read her bio. Thank you.
Diani Starr is a seasoned performer, accomplished recording artist, and dynamic songwriter. Drawing from her classical training, gospel and jazz roots, extensive vocal range, and a musician's ear, she has crafted a unique and captivating style all her own. Welcome, Diani Starr.
Peace, everybody. Wonderful. My name is Diani Starr. I'm so grateful to be here tonight. This song is from my new album called Dodge. Ooh. And it feels so good. Can I have a little volume, please? Feels so good to be free. And it feels so good. Feels so good to be me. Can't be held by doubt no more. My spirit needs to roam. Restriction-free reality, so everywhere is home. My pulse, pure creativity. My words now give off light. I'm everywhere I'm supposed to be, and there's no end in sight. And it feels so good. Feels so good to be free, yeah. And it feels so good, yeah. Feels so good to be me. Weightlessness is ecstasy, no limit to my sky. Love's the very air I breathe. I swim where I can't fly. My thoughts ring pure like crystal bells, too clear to be denied. Despite all trips and dips and spells, a crown no one can hide. And it feels so good, yeah. Feels so good to be me, yeah. And it feels so good. Feels so good to be me. And it feels so good, yeah. Feels so good to be free, yeah. And it feels so good. Feels so good to be me. and I just got to be free, free, free. And I just want to be me, me, me. Yeah. And it feels so good, feels so good to be free. And it feels so good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, SBG Promotions and Management. Everybody have a beautiful day.
I just want to ask, because Ken, great job. That's the first thing. That's the first thing. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Is Ken Jenkins here?
Good job.
Oh, he is here. Okay, great. Okay. Ask him this. If you'd like to say something, Mr. Jenkins. Okay. Okay. Well, Ken, please play the next film. Okay. A Heart That Forgives. Please start the film, please. The Battle Within.
Thank you. We're going to let the credits roll, but I do want the producer and writer of this film to come up. Ken Jenkins, give him a round of applause. He's here all the way from Texas. Give him a New York welcome. And I do understand that Kwame Amaku is here. Oh, okay, fine. I didn't even notice, but I will be talking to you next. Ken, if you could just give us, of course, time just went so fast. Sure. I can't believe it. We did have to go over another film that we actually couldn't show, but we definitely wanted to show this one because this is Films That Heal. And there was just so much in that film. Can you tell us a little bit about how you came to doing this film and what your involvement was with the film?
Sure. So I wrote it and executive produced it. Thank you. So one of the things that I learned in life is when we go through stuff and we don't always feel that things are working out in our favor, we're our own worst critics. And it's okay to give yourself permission to heal. And so this was a true story, but it's actually the second part of a four-part tetralogy is what we call. The first one, A Heart That Forgives, number one, is out there on, shameless plug, it's on Tubi, it's on Amazon. Okay. And you look at each one of the stories that we set up in the first one, and we dig into those deeply because forgiveness is different to all of us. For me, it was learning how to forgive myself because, I felt like I should have gotten up and go running that morning, right? And I would have been able to save her. And for you, it may be you need to offer forgiveness to somebody. Or for you, maybe someone has to offer you forgiveness. You're waiting for that to happen. So that's what prompted it. And so that's why I wanted to make it a four-part so it can touch as many lives through forgiveness, because forgiveness is really an aspect that can heal so much of our lives if we just allow ourselves permission to do it.
Wow. And thank you for sharing a part of your story and your own life, like disclosing that is healing other people. Amen. And that's what we're about, is sharing stories, and all these stories that are in the room is healing someone. And the thing that I hear in that story is that the heart that forgives lives.
It's a heart that
Love the
lives.
music.
Yeah.
Yes, because, you know, if our hearts are not as light as a feather, when you're walking around with a heavy heart, how much can you really accomplish? So we thank
Exactly.
you for that, and thank you for coming all the way from Texas to be a part of our community.
And I just want to thank you for allowing me to be part of this opportunity. I really do appreciate it. Can we have a round of applause from Ms. Ina here?
And stay around so we can take a picture.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, it was filmed, I'm sorry? No, that's where the director's from. So we filmed some of it in Terrell, but we filmed most of it in Plano. That was my house and my cars, and it's what you do as an independent filmmaker. You use all your stuff.
It's a good example. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
As we wrap up this evening, we also are going to give a presentation. But before I do that, I just want to say a little bit. And when we leave, we have a table, an auction, silent auction, and I want you to make sure that the artists that were here, if you can look at their artwork, if you're interested in it, let us know. If you would like to make a donation, you're gonna see someone walking around with a donation basket because we work really hard and we give a lot. We give a lot. These, I think we've done like 85 free events in the last couple of years. And a lot of times, unfortunately, people don't know what you're doing. And you all can spread the word, because we work really hard independently without any sponsorship, without any grants. We just give as a community. The people who I work with, we all give what we can to make these things happen. Because if we don't do it, who will? Because we can do it in our own language. No one owns us. No one says, well, we sponsor, we can't show a faith-based film. So we can't do that. Or we can't talk about our plight as Black people because I'm a sponsor. So it gives us the independence, and if everybody gives a little, it makes a lot. So I just want to mention, though, there are some people who did give. That NCU gave to the Kwanzaa Film Festival from December 26th to January 1st. We had our festival at the Schomburg. And then the New Millennium Oral History Archives is responsible for a lot of our promotions and our food. We have Afro Crowd, who always comes and contributes and help a lot of our filmmakers get on Wikipedia. Krispy Kreme, thank you for these donuts. They've been giving us donuts like forever. We had so much donuts last time, it's amazing. Dinosaur sent over some food. Manners, this is the second time they're bringing over food. And thank you, Youth, Global Health, and Social Justice, who Dr. Simmons gives us advice all year long. She helps us set up our non-for-profit and also helps contribute in every way that she can. So thank you for that. Now, I just want to say we have somebody special in the house. And during the pandemic, you know, unfortunately, the young lady who was here earlier, she had a poem to read to you, but she's gone. And the poems kind of went through your little history or whatever, but I'll let you have it. But I'm going to just say that when someone gets in a position and they're African American that can help the city include us in film and television, we shouldn't just sleep on that. And Kwame, and if I say your name wrong, everybody knows I say everyone's name wrong. Amaku. Kwame Amaku is the Deputy Commissioner of Film and Television in New York City. From my understanding, he's the first African American. I may be wrong, you can correct me later. And in the crucial time that he came was during the pandemic. So he had to pull everything back together because you know it was a total mess. And a lot of times we do come with our Superman cape, and he came with his Superman cape. And we wanted to give him a warm welcome and not it be unnoticed that he's here. We just saw him in maybe on the internet, but we didn't really see him. We want him to know that we recognize that he's in a position of greatness and that he's bringing his greatness from Chicago here to help us New York film and television folks. And just being in community, we wanted to give you a warm welcome and thank you. So we have a presentation. Can you please come up? Kwanzaa International Film Festival Certificate of Achievement presented to Kwame Amaku in appreciation of your commitment to diversity in the film industry, Black History Month 2024. And here it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And like I said, I'll give you the poem. I think if I don't have it here, I'll give it to you later. And then I would like him to say some words first, and then we'll take the picture. You can say some words first, and then we can take the picture.
What's up, Uptown? How y'all doing? I'm Kwame Amoku. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Film for the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment. Thank you. What I do is that I permit film production here in the city. I provide a means for filmmakers to use public spaces, and I work with filmmakers to help to make New York City work as a film location. Also, I'm very much dedicated to increasing diversity in the film industry here. There's so much talent in the city of New York, and I want to make sure that the film crews look like the subway cars in the city of New York. I want to make sure that people will get opportunities to shine and make sure that everybody that is in this room has the potential to be a major filmmaker and therefore a major employer, because no one's going to give us anything. I'm going to be honest about it. I've been in the film business for 30 years. No one's going to give us anything. The only way that we're going to advance in the film business is if we capture the above-the-line jobs. So that's the creatives, right? Those are the people that are creating the content, that have the intellectual property rights. We need for those people to be us so that we can, from the top down, decide on who our crew is going to be, who our department heads are going to be. We hire department heads that are diverse, they'll hire a crew that's diverse. And that way, we can take advantage of the opportunities that exist in this business. So anyone who want to reach out to me, let me know. I can give you my card, and I'm here to help. I'm here to help facilitate you. And if you're a filmmaker and you want to make a film in the city of New York, give me a call. Let's see how we can make sure that you can get it done. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you very much to Ina for all the work that she's doing, definitely bringing Black filmmakers together and giving them a venue and a voice. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I would like for if any of the filmmakers that were a part of the Kwanzaa Film Festival, can you come up so we could take a group picture? Thank you. I want them to be a part of the picture as well. But first we could take a picture. Get in front of the podium. Afro crowd, if you could come up. I know you have a raffle, but just being available. Come on, real quick. We're trying to make our time. Let's see. Okay, so I wanna also give out the certificates for the filmmakers. Can you read them?
Oh, no, can't do Kenny's last.
Okay.
You.
Say your name for me again, Ronald. Chauncey. Okay. Thank you. Chauncey, I think.
Kenny's last.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'll do it while they stand up. Best silent short movie, Marshall Davis.
Marshall.
And his movie was called Fast. Best directed comedic short, James Carter, Lifetimes. Stand so you can stand. She's not here. Bonita Oliver, she's not here. I'm going to move quickly. Best comedic actress, Let's Keep This Professional, Roetta Smith. Is there Ronald James here? No. Sophia Songhai is not here. I'm going to skip people because we have limited time. Akil Dupont is not here.
I'll give it to him.
Okay. Best ensemble cast, Let's Keep This Professional, Rhonda Handsome.
Rhonda.
Rhonda. What? Thank you.
And,
Kenny.
well, I can't
I can't think of it.
Best Living Legend documentary, Dapper Dan, Don't Hate the Player, Change the Game, Kenny Allen.
Let me open it up.
And now, if you go into the reception, we will do the raffle out there and also look at the auction table and look at the artwork. We have James Carter. We have Sakina McBride, her artwork. We have, Anthony Wills, artwork. And we also have a table of items that are being auctioned. Thank you all for coming. And, Sophia Songhai, best, sorry. Wait a minute. Best Biography Film and Best Found Footage Award, Interception, Jane Kennedy, American Sportscaster, Sophia Songhai. And if we can all go to the lobby, grab and go, but make sure you look at the auction table. And she is holding the donation. You can either put it in the envelope, or you can find out the information where you can either PayPal us or do Cash App. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Hey, look who's here.
Yes, I did. I saw Spike. I got